rise for the national anthem of the United States of America, performed by 2024 master's graduate from the Department of Information Systems Engineering, Ryan Godfrey. Please be seated. Welcome to the Johns Hopkins University Whiting School of Engineering 2024 Master's Recognition Ceremony. Please welcome the Benjamin T. Rome Dean of the GWC Whiting School of Engineering, Ed Schlesinger.
Good morning. And as you heard, my name is Ed Schlesinger, and I'm the Benjamin T. Rome Dean of the Whiting School of Engineering. Congratulations on completing your master's degree or certificate requirements. Receiving a master's degree from Johns Hopkins takes a lot of perseverance and determination. And for many of you, it also took balancing the competing demands of family, work, and other personal obligations with school. The fact that you completed your degree and under some very challenging circumstances speaks to your commitment to remaining at the forefront of your field, deepening your expertise and translating what you have learned into practice. Whether you were enrolled as a full-time residential graduate student or earned your master's degree through our part-time and online programs, you have received an outstanding education, one that provides you and will continue to provide you with opportunities throughout your professional life. But those opportunities come with responsibilities. We need people who can be known, trusted sources of factual information, and those who can build systems that people can be assured operate in a trustworthy manner. The world needs innovators, those who are eager to tackle huge and complicated problems, mitigating the impacts of climate change and transforming medicine through the use of data science and technology. Beyond technical expertise, it is essential to be able to collaborate with others and to understand the entire problem-solving process. Addressing these problems will also require those who understand that the creation of knowledge and our ability to make an impact on the world is possible only in an environment where a diversity of perspectives can fuel creativity and new ideas, and where inclusivity is built into both the creation and the equitable implementation of innovations. Your skills are in demand across every sector, and the knowledge that you have attained so hard to attain will serve you well in whatever circumstances come your way. You graduate ready to affect positive change in the world and with the ability to help shape our future. I have tremendous confidence in you and what you can do, and I cannot wait to learn about your achievements in the years to come. And no matter what your successes are, how you make your mark on the world, you will do so as a member of the Johns Hopkins community. So congratulations once again to the class of 2024. It is now my honor to welcome our keynote speaker, Neil Cohen. I have had the pleasure of working with Neil through his participation on the WSE Advisory Board, but in addition to being an alumnus of the Whiting School, at Johns Hopkins, he's also a member of the Institute of Nanobiotechnology, the Ralph O'Connor Sustainable Energy Institute, and the Department of Applied Mathematics and Statistics. So you can see he's been thoroughly engaged with our school. And not only with the Whiting School of Engineering, but with the university as a whole. Aside from that, Neil has a long history of working in industry through founding companies such as the venture capital firm Emerald Development Managers LP, and co-founding the largest salt mine in the US, American Rock Salt Company LLC. He does not shy away from challenges or from leadership opportunities or from the chance to shape the way in which tech, biomedical, pharmaceutical, or energy companies do business by serving on their boards of directors. His current involvement includes a clean energy provider, a healthcare technology company envisioning new diagnostic blood testing tools, a pathology software company that uses AI to accelerate diagnostics, a targeted therapeutic solution company improving dermatological conditions, a material science company that makes aesthetic and regenerative products that look and behave like the body's own tissue, a company that provides hope for animals with cancer, and a disruptive clean power company generating solid oxide fuel cells. He's had an impressive career, so please join me in welcoming Neil Cohen.
Thank you, Dean Schlesinger, and good morning, Whiting School of Engineering, Master's Class of 2024. Congratulations, you made it. I'm honored to be here to celebrate your commencement with you. Johns Hopkins is one of the finest universities in the world, and I am extremely proud of my ongoing association with it. Whiting is also my alma mater, which makes it even more exciting for me to celebrate with you. My time at Hopkins was a formative experience for me. It let me satisfy my intellectual curiosity as an undergraduate, and I learned a tremendous amount during my 4 years on this campus. I knew someday it would be useful. I have spent a great deal of time here and with Whiting professors and leadership. The school from which you are graduating today is very special and has placed you on a path to success. The Whiting Graduate Program is one of the top graduate engineering programs in the world, and you should each be extremely proud of yourselves and the hard work you have done to get here today. Arguably, you have done one of the toughest things you will ever do. When I graduated and went to my graduate commencement, I remember it very clearly and what that day meant to me. It was a true feeling of accomplishment, and I'm sure each and every one of you feels the same way today. Your graduating class, the Whiting's Master's Class of 24, comprises 2,226 students from more than 30 countries. Each of you chose Whiting for a different reason, with differing hopes and plans for your future. I will admit this freely. I envy you all. The future is yours. A new phase now begins for each of you. You have to decide what you're doing next. Now that you've had this extra education, what more can you do than you could do before? How do you make yourselves better? How do you contribute to the world? How do you make it better for your family, for your country? I'd like to share 6 thoughts that, in one way or another, have shaped my professional career and my private life. When I graduated from college, I couldn't get the job I wanted. I wanted to do venture capital, and I sent a letter to literally every venture capital firm in the book. All I ended up with was a box of rejection letters. By the way, they came in very handy when a bar on the Upper East Side of Manhattan gave out free drinks for every rejection letter you shared. I tried something similar coming out of business school. Again, a complete failure. I didn't even bother to keep those letters. Anyway, I needed a job, so I went to work in investment banking. After 6 years, I thought I had done all the cool stuff they had, so I moved on, and I went to a company where I learned how companies really work. Then I started Emerald, my own venture capital firm, 3 years later. Several people told me that I was nuts. They thought I didn't have enough of a contact base to start my own firm. In hindsight, I would probably say the same thing to others in that position because they were likely right. But I did it anyway, and it's worked out okay. I was recently traveling in the Middle East, and I saw a quote from Abraham Lincoln on the wall of an office I visited. It said, "The best way to predict the future is to create it." Graduates, that is as true now as it was 180 years ago. How will you create your future? How will you now use all that you have learned to build something, to discover something, to improve something? When I was a kid, I played baseball like so many American kids do. I loved playing the game and being part of the team. I sometimes think about our coach, Frank Scarangella. He was a great coach. He didn't care if you were the world's greatest athlete or if you were just out there to have some fun. He just wanted you to play and enjoy the game. To him, there was only one major sin, one thing that made him very upset. And that is if you got up to bat and struck out without taking a swing. So my first piece of advice to you all is to create your future. Take chances. Give it your best shot. You might fail, but you might not. And either way, you'll learn something. But if you don't swing, you can't possibly get a hit. I really love my job. How many of us can truly say that? What I do is really fun. I get to learn about the most amazing science and engineering from the smartest people on the face of the earth. We are doing groundbreaking things. What I love about DTEP VC in particular is that we are working so closely with the scientists and engineers who are in the labs, making the discoveries and building the tech. They are truly passionate about their ideas. And it is that passion, that love for what they do, that sustains them and me during the hard times. With them, we get to tackle crazy science and engineering topics that if we get it right, will make a great deal of money. And if we get it really right, we will change the world. But you have to be passionate about what you do. If you don't like what you're doing, you won't be willing to do all the hard work and won't be successful at it. So second, be sure to do what you love. I've always thought a great deal about the saying, the harder I work, the luckier I get. I always took on more projects than I probably should have. In school, I had the theory you should take the hardest classes and learn as much as you humanly could. At the time, I didn't know how much that would help later. After business school, I did work that no one wanted to take on, the hardest projects, tech private placements, modeling complex transactions that belonged in AMS optimization classes, novel securitizations that tied up the firm's computer systems and required every experienced quant and CS grad we had, and other projects that simply seemed too daunting. As an eternal optimist, I believed I would keep learning and becoming better. My father, a lawyer who never stopped working and who held his last in-person meeting at the age of 89, always said to think about a job as if you're working for yourself, trying to do the best you can and learning as much as possible. You never know how it's going to pay off later. Now, as you receive your graduate degree, this is your time. Take the tough assignments. You might learn something you never imagined would interest you, and you never know where it's going to take you. So my third piece of advice is take on the real challenges. As I said before, at Emerald we work with exceptional scientific and engineering teams solving real problems. We work on things like decarbonization, cyber risk, innovative blood testing technology, and digital pathology. Yes, we like the complicated stuff. And because of the nature of the work, sometimes there are really tough issues that need to be addressed, either from a technology or scientific standpoint, or from a business standpoint. Sometimes that can be difficult, and we have to work with the founders and CEOs of our portfolio companies to dig deep to find the right solutions. In venture capital, there's generally a team meeting every Monday to go over deals and other business. The last thing I say at almost every Monday meeting is let's keep pushing. What I mean when I say that is keep pushing forward. Keep pushing against the boundaries. Keep pushing for success. Because really, what's the alternative? So keep pushing. When I graduated from Hopkins, one of the first pieces of mail I received from the university as a new alum was a donation request. You laugh, you'll probably get one too. And you'll probably have the same reaction I did. I thought it was absurd, given that I was broke and in debt. I didn't really mind, but I wasn't in a position to give much money at that time. I think I donated $25. But even though I didn't have a lot of money to give, I knew that I was in a position to give back with my time. And so as soon as I could arrange it, and as soon as they would have me, I volunteered on several committees. I felt good that I was helping the university. And I was also broadening my understanding of how large institutions work, how decisions are made, and how to bring about change. That's part of how I approach life. How will you get involved with great institutions and organizations and causes that mean something to you, and figure out where you can be useful to them? Here's another good reason to volunteer and give back. The first 2 weeks after I started my firm, I went to every event I could. They were for all sorts of industries and technologies. I was out at these things every night to try to build relationships and to build my business. There was one night on the calendar that had only one event, and that was about volunteering to help people. So I went. The event itself was awful, except for one thing. The only other person there was a woman named Sherry. We've now been married for 28 years. We've also raised a beautiful daughter, herself a Whiting alum, AMS class of 21. You never know who you'll meet on your path to giving back. For all the reasons I just outlined, my fifth piece of advice is to get involved. We have two portfolio companies that we work with that are doing some incredible work in decarbonization and clean power generation. Imagine if they're right and we solve global warming. We have another company that is reimagining a major medical diagnostic experience. If they are successful, they will improve the lives of tens of millions of people each and every year. I like to think to myself, Little Emerald, our small venture capital firm, can change the game. On the Whiting website it says, Hopkins engineers are addressing today's universal societal changes to ensure a better tomorrow. Dear graduates of the Whiting Masters Class of 2024, that is you. You are now Whiting engineers, and the path you take from here can make a real difference both in terms of your own success and ensuring that the world is a better place. So I say to you today, armed with your Whiting Master's degrees and all of the knowledge that you have gained, it's time to make your own mark. Create your future. Do what you love. Take on the real challenges. Keep pushing. Get involved. And if you get all of that right, you just might change the game. Thank you for listening, and good luck to you all.
Thank you, Neil. Our master's programs benefit from a close and important partnership with the Johns Hopkins Applied Physics Laboratory, and in recognition of that partnership, I want to invite Jerry Krill, Johns Hopkins Applied Physics Lab's Assistant Director for Science and Technology, to say a few words. Jerry.
On behalf of the Applied Physics Laboratory, I would like to congratulate you on your graduation. We at APL are proud of our partnership with the Whiting School of Engineering, and we're also proud of all of you. The Whiting School is leading a new Johns Hopkins University-wide initiative called the Data Science AI Institute to build the nation's foremost destination for emerging applications, opportunities, and challenges presented by data science, machine learning, and AI, to quote the website. APL's collaborative contributions to this broad effort will mostly be applications-oriented. After all, we are the Applied Physics Laboratory. APL is well engaged in applying artificial intelligence to address challenges of national security, space exploration, and global health and climate resilience. For example, APL is building a fully autonomous, nuclear-powered octocopter called Dragonfly that will search for signs of life on Titan, the largest moon of Saturn. Also, APL is collaborating with the Whiting School applying AI to discover new materials. And we are collaborating with the Whiting School and the School of Medicine to explore generative AI for robots to support humans in time-critical care during disaster relief operations. So, How will you apply artificial intelligence to solve challenges as your career progresses? Will AI assist you in performing engineering feasibility and trade-off studies? Will you apply AI to additive manufacturing technology to help solve supply chain challenges? Can AI help identify ways to mitigate the effects of climate change? Or can AI help you design biotechnologies to defend against future pandemics? Perhaps you'll contribute to better ensure that artificial intelligence can actually just be trusted. The dizzying rate of scientific discoveries and emerging technologies, including AI, will continue to inundate our human experience and force society to cope. As Johns Hopkins engineering graduates, you are well equipped to contribute to shaping our collective future for good, ensuring technologies that are safe and serve society's needs. And with the rapid emergence of so many new technologies, you may look to Johns Hopkins as your source of lifelong education. I congratulate you and wish you every success.
Thank you, Jerry. We are about to proceed with our graduation recognition. Please remember, part of what makes this celebration special is having you all here with us. And so whether your name is called at the beginning of the ceremony or at the end, we ask and expect you to continue to stay seated until the last student crosses the stage. Everyone is here for you. Please be there for them. At the end, we will have a graduate recessional out of the stadium, and we will direct you to the reception area for some excellent food, champagne, celebration, and mingling. So thank you for your consideration. So, we will now proceed with the recognition of the master's degrees and certificates. Please welcome Dan Horn, Associate Vice Dean for Professional Education and Lifelong Learning.
Thank you, Dean Schlesinger, and all of today's speakers. Good morning and congratulations, graduates. It's my honor to be with you here this morning as you are recognized for your master's degree or certificate. When your name is announced, please cross the stage and shake hands with the department representative and then with Dean Schlesinger. Please pause for a picture and exit via the opposite ramp. Would Dr. Beryl Costello, Program Vice Chair, please come forward for the recognition of the master's degrees and certificates in the field of applied and computational mathematics.
Encore Aria. Alexis Nicole Benson. Lanfranco Bonki. Tyler Isabella Bird. Cassandra Joy Carlson. Noah Chung. Kelsey Faye Crawford. Serge Deneco. Alexander Charles Edwards. Eric D. First. Chavez Hanif. Joshua Hernandez. Emily Lucille Jimenez. Paul C. Kantliner. Rebecca Catula. Michael Joseph Lopez. Vanessa Lai. Sarah Ashley Miller. Christopher Edward Puglisi.
Boyang Chin.
Harsh Raghuvir. Victoria Ann Rose. Kevin Joseph Torgas. Tianyi Shu.
Would Dr. Eileen Haas, Program Chair, please come forward for the recognition of the master's degrees and certificates in the field of applied biomedical engineering.
Susan Albarsha. Shumaya B. Ali. Lujain Ali Al-Khawi. Mark Patrick Ali. Huda Anjum. Hakiza Arfani. Arsh Ashir. Jessica Lauren Basso. Brendan Allen Blackthorn. Shrujani Das. Priya Sumeta Devineni. Sarah Fitch. Nadia Jorgen Hahn. Joseph Anthony Konzinski III. Shadi Motamani. Anurgia Morti. Megan Melissa New. Alexa Lynn Pomerleau. Michael Italo Racine. Elizabeth Rieger. Leal Rouhani. Ellen Russo. Samantha Marie Schindler. Adam Christopher Shope. Malik Jamal Snowden. Taylor Witchner. Arvin Shah.
Would Dr. Fadil Santosa, Department Head, please come forward for the recognition of the master's degrees in the field of applied mathematics and statistics.
Yun Chun Tai. Douglas Mo Chen. Jelaine Elise Clark.
Deb Surya Day.
Laknath Ashwin De Silva Karyawasam Gunapinuwala Gamaj. Tian Jiao Ding. Jiwan Han. Andrew M. Henriksen. Xiaoya Huang. Samuel David Koifman. Shi Yao Lei. Long Ma. Xiao Xiao Ma. Samuel Parker Oberly. Inshou O. Yumong Ren. Lucas David Rosendahl. Kaylee Ann Rudge. Lauren Elizabeth Shin. Horan Sun. Rui San.
Bryce Thalheimer.
Zhongren Wang. Ho Zhuo Wu. Zhangqiang Xu. Xiongyi Yan. Zhufei Yan. Wenjie Ye. Yuling Yu. Jiayue Zhang. Tai Wei Zhao. Fanglin Zhao. Yu Zhao. Yu Zhong.
Would Dr. William Torellis, Program Vice Chair, please come forward for the recognition of the master's degrees in the field of applied physics?
Zhongjing Chu. Sheila M. Dolan. Robert Tyler Hodges. Hosni Kaisi. David O'Mara Lyon. Nicholas Mann. Justine Faye Marfa. Madeline Taylor McCormick. Audrey Grace Mikkel Malott. Alicia Ramos. Erica Rashka. Alexander Taylor Seftas. Carly Saray Turiski. Eric Vance.
Would Dr. Bart Paulhamus, Program Chair, please come forward for the recognition of the master's degrees in the field of artificial intelligence?
Noah Samuel Burkhart. Jared Shelton Clabo. Azita Dadresan. Beatty Proctor Daniel. Ryan Charles Dombrowski. Kieran Morgan Zialo. Michelle Elizabeth Frost. Jie Hu. Paul M. Joji. Joel Edward Klasa. Lou Leo. Kaiten Minhas. Lohit Rao Mupala. Brad Stewart Panzarella. Kiran Raj Patak. Matthew Lee Renzi. Andrew L. Roberts. Enzo Italo Rodrigo. Alejandro Salamanca. Nicholas Reza Sarfaraz. Jeremy Lee Shi. Philip Spencer. Faris Tadros. Rebecca Thymuriel. Ilian Torres. Christopher Vaisnor. Yu Jiang Wu.
Would Dr. Yusuf Yazdi, Director, please come forward for the recognition of the master's degrees in the field of bioengineering, innovation, and design.
Laha Buha. Abiram Charukupali. Sanghu Enkodgon. Amina Ishrat. Azmina Aisha Karukapada. Shirley Ya Ting Lin. Pavitran K. Naiker. Sunny Mahendra Patel. Leanne Alina Pichai. Sarush Rokwe. Krishna Tejaswini Sati. Lodsi Thompson. Santya Tiku. Mitchell Patrick Turley. Gabriela Amanda Savina Wong. Rowan Hosam Yehia. Fujia Zheng.
Would Dr. Patrick Cahan, Associate Professor, please come forward for the recognition of the master's degrees in the field of biomedical engineering?
Mihir Mohan Adhikari. Sanaz Agarwal. Chenhao Bao. Shashvat Bargale. Sardak Brugubanda. Kangja Tai. Ming Fong Chao. Sam Lander Kapokian. Lakshmi Shanmugam. Fei Yu Chen. Hao Song Chen. Li Zhi Chen. Wenwei Chen. Yi Nong Chen. Amila Nawid Chaudhry. Rita Mashiat Chowdhury. Kyle Robert Cooper. Jin Dai. Yu Xin Du. Pallavi Vilas Ekbote. Taj Nizar El Khalili. Nikaya Etienne. He Shang Fong. Priyanka Benny Fernandez. Han Gu. Christian Jose Guaraca. Chu Chu Guo. Qi Sen Guo. Shireen Tianren Hassan. Ray Tao Hu. Blanca Inigo Romeo. Wan Yang Zhou. Dheeraj Danvi Kairam Kanda. Sai Manasa Kalyanam. Kwang Bum Ko. Hao Lin Lee. Tianao Lee. Cassie Liang. Xiangyu Liao. Anqi Liu. Yunzhao Liu. Zexi Liu. Sixiao Lu. Yi Luo. Shuban Mater. Asta Bharatbhai Mirda, Ashanika Mukherjee, Nandini Narayanan, John Cole Nixon, Christine Chu O'Connor, Chu O-Young, Sharanya Sai Parvathaneni, Sarah Barbara Page, Kashvi Pruti, Ruoyan Pu, Xiaofei Chu, Celia Maria Quintana, Neha D. Rajan, Ashrita Ramesh, Kehan Ren, Nathaniel Christopher Riemann, Shayan Zafar Sati, Janvi Sai Krishna, Sergio Sanchez Manso, Avi Sardana, Tamisha Jifa Segbefia, Soham Chetan Shah, Allison Nicole Shannon, Yi Shen, Yu Qian Chi, Jonas Philip Rinaldi Simmons, Jie Song, Aditi Sriram, Changyi Soon, Jia Chong Tan, Jake Robert Thomas, Sukrit Triwari, Karif Sahir Ullah, Rishika Vadlamudi, Jonathan Wang, Shimong Wang, Seyu Wang, Hyunsung Wu, Nelson Wu, Zhen Yu Xiao, Jiancheng Xie, Qiang Xu, Zhang Xu, Ziyang Shi, Ellie Yan, Fan Yong, Longshin Yang, Wenyu Yang, Yi Yang, Rongxi Yi, Huai Yu, Zihan Yu, Ike H. Zhang, Maya Lily Zhang, Jingtong Zhao, Junxiang Zhao, Muxi Zhao, Shuhang Zhao, Yujie Zhao, Hao Bing Zhou, Yunfan Zhou,
And now, would Dr. Eric Hussman please come forward for the recognition of the master's degrees in the field of chemical and biomolecular engineering?
Susan Elizabeth Carilli, Maureen Chan, Yanlin Chen, Alexis Serena Diaz, Holly Samantha Faulkner, Huangyu Fong, Rui Ho, Rajan Jaishankar, Tae Jong Kim, Kirsten Haley Malmberg, Anthony Megala, Kavi Chandirakan Murugesan, Jared Michael Osborne, Ala Othman, Anirudh Alpesh Parekh, Devin P. Patel, Shubhangi Raghavan, Elena Teresa Skarupski, Alex Bessie Snyder, Alexei Solganik, Arabin P. Tablizo, Harita Vasamsethi, Yan Wan, Margaret Fangyu Wang, Adam Xavier Watson, Joshua Zhou, Yutong Zhu,
Would Dr. Jamie Guest, Department Chair, and Dr. Rachel Sangri, EP Program Chair, please come forward for the recognition of the master's degrees in the field of civil engineering?
Drew Adele, Shashwat Jinda Bhagat, Yi Lun Chung, Janet Joy Flitch, Ava Magdalena Gonzalez, Alexander Stephen Griswold, Yun Yuan Liu, Shi Hong, Shoshuan Shui, Zhuan Yang,
Let us pause and take a moment to see the impact Johns Hopkins engineers have made on our world in this past century.
For more than 100 years, Hopkins engineers have developed breakthrough advances to solve complex human problems. From water chlorination to voice recognition technology to advanced medical robotics, from virtual heart models to voting security to the Parker Solar Probe heat shield and to the COVID-19 global tracking map, the Whiting School of Engineering has proven its commitment to discovery, systems building, and ensuring a better future for all global citizens.
As a reminder, graduates, please remain seated until the end of the ceremony. Thank you. Would Dr. Randall Burns, Department Chair, and Dr. Lanier Watkins, EP Program Chair, please come forward for the recognition of the master's degrees in the field of computer science.
Saad Ahmed, Mason Nathaniel Albert, Kuchong An, David Batdorf, Natalia Benitez, Julia Ru Bien, Yumeng Bie, Casey McKee Boror, Frank John Campo III, Adarsh Chaluvaraju, Shreyan Samir Chaudhry, Ace Houting Chen, Tim Chen, Yu Chong Cho, Alexander Joseph Collins, Jean-Pierre Davila, Christopher DiGirolamo, Jason Dennis, Kshitij Devekar, Hui Hu Tam Dal, Konstantinos Emanuelidis, Yi Zi Rui Fang, Dian Fei, Chrysilde Falau, Alex Santiago Fialos, Regina Kyrene Flora, Rohit Ganji, Shuning Gao, Ashi Garg, Dawit Gebramariam, Sachin Goyal, Andrea Elizabeth Golden Lasher, Jimena Guayar Blasco, Hao Yue Guan, Xiao Yu Guo, Ayush Gupta, Logan James Harris, Mengxian He, Yujian He, Jacob Headings, Tharika Mala Hegde, Kayla Enid Hernandez, Patrick Michael Heron, Yuhan Hu, Zika Hu, Fadil Izamotu, Imadeyu Nwobon Ize Ibenebo, Sandeya Jayabalan, Dan G, David Jiang, Luis de Jesus Jimenez Gonzalez, Yu Zhuo Jing, Benjamin Allen Johnson, Trevor Jones, Anirudh Ameya Kashyap, Daniel Kelly, Darren Sahel Khan, Karun Katiwada, Song Kyu Kim, Madison Marie Kolker, Kunal Salil Kotkar, Suroj Lamichane, Nathaniel Lau, Pujita Lava, Jong Hoon Lee, Andrew Douglas Lewis, Elizabeth Lewis, Chang Lee, Jiang Li, Shong Chang Liu, Zishuan Liu, Joshua Richard Leffler, Tong Luo, Pulkit Madan, Jordan Robert Mikoski, Muskan, Samuel Nathanson. An Vu Nui. Julia Maiti Noen. Amar Ahmed Palikonda Latif. Sakshi Kishore Patel. Luis Miguel Peña. Danny Peng. Jennifer Rose Phillips. Caitlin Taylor Pineda. Ujjvala Rajmadam Pradeep. Tian Tian. Anastasia Rafucci. Francisco Jose Restrepo. Pierce David Robson. John W. Rogers. Jonathan T. Roig. Suyuan Rong. Derek Ross. Sheng-Yi Ruan. Jacqueline Renee Schultz. Stephen Suh. Kathleen Michelle Sievers. Arnav Sandeep Shah. Ro Yan Shang. Tianqi Shang. Shreya Sharma. Camden Alexander Schultz. Thomas George Sylvia. Hani Slimani. Malvika Sriram. Brandon Zane Stride. Bolan Sun. Junyan Tan. Vijay Morari Tiala. Nico D. Tubak. Nivesh Varma. Ryan Waddell. Nongyu Wang. Shangshang Wang. Yinglin Wang. Yinglong Wang. Megan Jiyan Wei. Christopher Frederick Wilhelm. Brandon Yining Wang. Sarah Wu. Jianquan Xu. Yukun Yan. Albert Yang. Haoping Yu. Joshua Yu. Kevin Jiawen Zhang. Qi Zhang. Frank Zhao. Zheyuan Zhao. Cherry Zhang.
Would Dr. Lanier Watkins, Program Chair, please remain for the recognition of the master's degrees in the field of cybersecurity?
Atif Alam. Caitlin Sierra Barnes. Joseph Beauchesne. Christian Brossard. Ryan Bird. Adriano Di Castro. Russell Fitzpatrick. Luke Christian Galvin. Carolyn B. Jung. Olga Kukujanova. Nicholas Jose Martinez. Rebecca Peloquin Maddie. Jordan Scott Mazer. William Allen McCann, Jr. Patrick Sackett. Jordan Edward Turley. Ryan Waterer.
Would Dr. Fadil Santosa, Department Head, and Dr. Benjamin Rodriguez, EP Program Co-Chair, please come forward for the recognition of the master's degrees in the field of data science?
Emma Catherine Afferton. Diego Arguello. Ashok Balaraman. Carlene Michelle Boyer. Serena Bridges. Bosun Tao. Ke-Chin Tao. Marissa Ray Kleinman Collins. Nestor Enrique Crespo Waterman. Wan Yi Dai. Yu Yang Dong. Mansi Goyel. Gabriel E. Gormazano. Lenora Diane Gray. Simon Habib. Jingyi Hao. Xin Yu Hu. Yuxiang Hu. Luis Arturo Jimenez Hernandez. Brennan Castens. William Kit Lai. Tony Lee. Ming Chao Liu. Annette Claudine Lopez Davila. Fong Lu. Yining Lu. Raul Fernando Matos Whiteman. Richard B. Mikshinsky. Emily Marisol Melton. Brandon Lee Morrow. Kaylee Moss. Ashok Kumar Achyutan Nair. Anne Frank Peram. Chung Chu. Parth Reggae. Guo Chao Ren. Yi Ren. Lucas Eduardo Rosas. Sixto Manuel Saavedra Arosemena. Nushin Sadie.
Narasimha Sandhu.
Bandavi V. Sangaru. Davika Singh. Jia Chi Su. V. Nuop Tao Vu. Yu Zhe Wang. Daniel Zenes. Yu Jia Yao. K. Yuen. Kai Xuan Zhang. Ray Zhang. Wenpei Zhao. Yuan Zhao. Coral Tian Zhao Stember.
And now with Dr. Pablo Iglesias, Interim Department Head, and Dr. Cleon Davis, EP Program Chair. Please come forward for the recognition of the master's degrees in the field of electrical and computer engineering.
Muhammad Sajjad Ahmed. Ganesh Baral. Rico Thomas Bigart. Jose Miguel Boorquez. Raymond Bodie. Michael Robert Burns. Robert Kasaizi Burris. Han Yu Cao. Matthew Capobianco. Daniel Junho Chong. Zachary Thomas Cullen. Francis Joseph Cunningham III. Jonathan Avery Ditas. Alexis Dominguez. Ryan Duncan. Ryan Christopher Eisman. Natalia Farquharson. Alexandra Marley Frink. Shang Gao. Richard Michael Garner. Jeffrey William Gilbert. Nathaniel Joseph Gunasekaram. Christopher Ryan Gorman. Lorenzo Gregori. Johan Guang. Noah Hamilton. Andrew David Hicks. Mohammed Adnan Hossein. Rui Rong Huang. Christian Pierre Kansky. Zachary Kempler. Christopher Sam Corey. Yared Tarakane Kokeb. Michael Christofchek. Ava A. Langstaff. N. Yao Lee. Lee Leggett III. Chongming Liu. Junyi Liu. Min Liu. Hamza Mahmood. Sucheta Maladi. Anthony Mango. Lyndon Maison. Keith Adam McCabe. Marty Wayne McConnell. Andrew Charles McGurk. Brian Medendorp. Luol Menbaro. Joshua Masidi. Christopher Bernard Novak. Martin Phoenix Nunley II. Caroline Ann Orndorff. Dylan Daniel Palmer. J. Nitin Paranspe. Shane Sejun Park. James Anthony Parker III. Kishan Patel.
Mit Patel.
Ayush Pathak. Timothy Aiden Petrie. Kevin Phillips. Andrew Rabb.
Tianxiang Ren.
Carl Justin Scheider. Amy Marie Shapiro. Caleb Matthew Schaus. Joshua Robert Simerson. Lawrence Santa Ana Singyan. Arushi Sinha. Andrew Ryan Smith. Jay Song. Bharat Srinivasan. Liam Martin Stamp. Hee-Yoon Suh. Kelsey Lynn Torsney. Jonathan Richard Wagner. Rasha Abdul Wahab. Robert Francis Walsh. Jixuan Wang. John Alton Ware. Montel Wright. Zejun Wu. Suqi Yu. Yifan Zhou.
Yubo Zhu. Let us take another moment to pause as we watch a video on the incredible impact engineers have on society and the world.
Look around. What do you see? You are an engineer. When you open your eyes, your imagination springs to life. An engineer is an inventor. You see the inner workings of a design. It's math, it's physics, it's art. Alexander Graham Bell said, "The inventor looks upon the world and is not contented with things as they are. He wants to improve whatever he sees. He is haunted by an idea. The spirit of invention possesses him, seeking materialization." That's who you are. An engineer has vision. An engineer sees the world differently. An engineer sees the future. Let's try again. Look around. What do you see?
Would Dr. Pam Sheff, Program Director, and Dr. Tim Galpin, EP Program Chair, please come forward for the recognition of the master's degrees in the field of engineering management.
Sarah Abinante. Joseph Andre Acevedo. Jeremy Jose Ancherel. Taimur Shahzad Ashraf. Isabel Lauren Bersano. Matthew Frank Bleakney. Gregory D. Bullen. Brad Austin Butler. Floyd Antonio Case. Sarah Chopra. Tatiana Ashley Christmas. Leandro Cautu Correa. Juliana Elizabeth DiCarlo. Hanusha Dorisetti. Victor Hugo Galindo. Kia Leandria Graham. Sunetra Guntur. Yongjie Guo. Mahnur Hassan. John Tobin Crosby Henley. Michael Kernan Henry. Lan Ki Ho. Misher John Hollifield. Jennifer Hurley. Callie Wilson Jones. Badi Doris Atalim Kao. Deepak Cassandra. Wei Kai Kong. Kirti Naga Lanka. Ryan Shane Lofbaum. Rohit Gajanan Laulkar. Nicholas Lay. Isaac Youngbae Lee. Crystal Marie Lewis. Ziyi Lee. Kai Zhao Liu. Omer Ayaz Malik. Alexandra Martinez. Rishi Matthew. Joyanna Mazon. Kanwarveer Singh Mundi. Shreya Munori. Viren Mohan Pasalkar. Gustavo Perez. Netra Perli. Natalia Pezuko. Niles C. Pearson. Stephen David Posney. Andrew Jason Howell. Catherine Miranda Priu. Joseph Privitera. Harini Raghu. Parikshit Ranajit Rajay. Urvi Rawat. Curtis Richards. William Hua Chuan Rong. Richa Vinod Kumar Sabu. Bridge Kishore Sa. Rebecca Ann Safer. Kamran Safi. Patrick Seynerit. Jinay Karit Kumar Shah. Husna Sharif Shahid. Ronak Singh. Saloni Singh. Shubham Singh. Karis Geneva Smith. Suriporn Hanpatak Sikasam. Aaron Srivastava. Yifeng Sun. Francis Michael Sweeney. Ashley Tang. Andrew Tang Thatch. Rajat Tiwari. Kavya Venugopal. Wang Mong Wu. Monsara Olabisi Yusuf. Chuanbo Zhao. Yifan Zhu. Tianyu Zhou.
Would Dr. Hedi Alavi, Program Chair, please come forward for the recognition of the master's degrees in the field of environmental engineering?
David Franklin Fleurer. Kristen Gail Johansson.
And now, the recognition of the master's degrees in the field of environmental engineering and science.
Suleiman Ahmed. Amy Cole. Jill Ann Morris Deckert. Adam Robert Tufel.
And now the recognition of the master's degrees in the field of environmental planning and management.
Kristen Rose Handy. Amira Khan. Tochi Karis Wogu. Emma Catherine Watts.
Would Dr. Fadil Santosa, Department Head, please come forward for the recognition of the master's degrees in the field of financial mathematics?
Shejun Chang, Ying Yu Fong, Xinfei Li, Chunan Su, Surui Wen, Kevin Shu, Xiqi Yang, Yamei Yang,
Hao Ye.
Bichang Zhang,
Would Dr. Marcia Wills Karp, Department Chair, please come forward for the recognition of the master's degrees in the field of geography and environmental engineering?
Arunika Bhatia, Lawson Albert Jaffe,
Melina Krawczyk,
Yang Leo, Adriana Beatriz Peña, Dorothy Joyner Thompson,
Would Dr. Alan Ravitz, Program Chair, please come forward for the recognition of the master's degrees in the field of healthcare systems engineering?
Dorothy Adu, Marvin Shem Anyona, Antonio Daniel Covington, Vetrivel Gurusamy, Melissa Ann Hewitt,
Would Dr. David Silberberg, Program Chair, please come forward for the recognition of the master's degrees in the field of information systems engineering?
Oliver Nde Akam Inglis, Hamdi Atakora, James Gerald Castle, Lauren Delisle, Claire Glenn, Ryan Michael Godfrey, Jace Harmon Hull, Tony Fitzgerald Lawrence, Kang T. Luong, Rufino Tomas de Guzman Mamuyak, Sean Mullen, Sai Petluri, Stephen Dorsley Rankin, Shantosh Sharma Subedi, Megan Tucker,
Would Dr. Michael Kessler, Department Head, and Dr. James Spicer, EP Program Chair, please come forward for the recognition of the master's degrees in the field of materials, science, and engineering?
Jody Alicia Barris, Xingling Chen, Alejandra Garcia, Mackenzie Geckler. Paulina Ibave. Shravya Indela. Jiechang Liu. Andrew K. Miller. Kumar Purushottam Miskin. Kolade Ahmed Okunoler. Isaiah Kamayu Queen. Mark Angelo Simonelli. Rudra Kishan Tejiram. Kelly Tai. Shi Kun Wang. Hongbo Zhang. Tinghan Zhang.
Would Dr. Gretar Tryggvason, Department Head, please come forward for the recognition of the master's degrees in the field of mechanical engineering?
Nafisa Alam. Zulfikar Alfayed Alamle. Jack Connor Albin. Craig Cyril Almeida. Carla Charisse Armstrong. Savannah Ashton Baker. David Francis Kianzan Baltazar. Mackay J. Bryant.
Lukasz Burek.
Kathy Cao. Derek Choi. Paula Marie Colon Abad. Daniel Thomas Comer. Kate Beatrice Concannon. Tyler O. Cooper. Ji Tao Ding. Lauren Drum. David Raphael Englert. Alexa Escalona. Nicholas Ferrante. Jamie Lee Gross. Dhiraj Gudluru. Anna Joy Grafeo Gusky.
Mariah Harris.
Elizabeth Yulie Herman. Jacob Tyler Hill. Leah Hirsch. Thomas Lee Hodgson III. David Hung. Allison Demarius Hunt. Jeremy Parker Isaacson. Shrey Arvind Jaiswal. Trifina Marie James. Betcher Krasnichi. Frederick Jacob Kundert. Chase Mackenzie May Lar. Evan LaTourette Gez. Justin Hanvin Lee. Melody Lay. Xiaoyu Liu. Xuan Ning Liu. Christopher Dane Madsen. Victor Marcus. Benjamin David Miller. Kelsey Aaron Neff. Whitney Ang. Buchi Siddhartha Patisapu. Wei Chi Pian. Nicholas George Rake. Madeline Gray Roberts. Gabriela Rodriguez Franco. Jacob Benjamin Rumbaugh. Rebecca Drew Rosen. Tyler Roy. Molly Seidner. Xingyao Shi. Nalini Singh. Sai Madhavan Surabatala. Nathan Jr. Van Dam. He Yuan Wang. Shu Yuan Wang. Alex Watson Jones. Stephen Christopher Webb II. Xiao Wei. Carrie Elizabeth Wheeler. Jacqueline A. White. Austin S. Wondra. Yanzhe Wu. Chongzheng Yang. Xiao Yu. Chenhan Zhang. Yiliang Zhao.
Would Dr. Marcia Wills Karp, Department Chair, please come forward for the recognition of the master's degrees in the field of occupational and environmental health.
Maria Alejandra Cubias Flores. Christopher Vernon Spicer.
Let's all take a quick break and have a 7th inning stretch. Please welcome back Ryan Godfrey, our fabulous national anthem performer, to play a song for us. Please stand up or move in your seat. Wonderful job, Ryan. We will now continue to recognize our graduates. As a reminder to the graduates, please remain seated until the end of the ceremony. Thank you. Would Dr. Lewis Whitcomb, Director, please come forward for the recognition of the master's degrees in the field of robotics.
Preshit Ameta. Brevin Parker Banks. Rishi Brada Biswas. Yu Sheng Cheng. Zhuo Tang Chen. Xin Hao Chen. Fang Hao Cheng. Ahan Gamal Dalia. Zijun Ding. Sohan Sai Gadiraju. Priya Gillen. Pranati Gola. Mohit Sushil Gupta. Rongshuan He. Qingyang Huang. Xiaopeng Jiang. Zhenjie Jiang. Aditi Kishore. Abhay Purapurat Ajay. Yu Chen Ku. Aditya Vikas Kulkarni. Julie Lay. Cynthia Lee. Jonghao Lee. Eugene H. Lin. Jiawei Liu. Bhupendra Maha. Manuel Alejandro Marin. Tong Mu. Hauran Pong, Anushruti Singh, Tien Chen Song, Chiatica Vincent, Juanxiang Wang, Yutai Wang, Ziyi Wang, Xinzhuo Yan, Zhiyuan Zhang, Xinbo Zhou,
Would Dr. Randall Burns, Department Chair, please come forward for the recognition of the master's degrees in the field of security informatics.
Abdurrahman Adila, Ragad Saleh Al-Qudair, Avradipta Das, Aditya Gaur, Devang Jain, Vinayak Khandelwal, Chen Yen Ku, Arpit Kamlesh Kubadia, Jan Leon, Han Wen Lin, Daniel Leo, Gaurav Gobind Narvani, Pritham Nagesh, Zihan Ku, Luis F. Rivas, Xin Shen, Shruti Duresami, Varun Kumar Singh, Manoj Valeti, Amaudine Verdun, Kai Wang, Tian Wang, Yimyang Wang, Zhenhe Zhang, Kepeng Zhou,
Would Dr. Patrick Binning, Program Chair, please come forward for the recognition of the master's degrees in the field of space systems engineering.
Jaime Aventano, Jr., Chrysanthus Bandhan Bibam II, Hannah Jean Bartlett, Sean Bergman, Abigail A. Connor, Patrick Daniel Custer, Daniel Dubois, Joseph David Fuchs, George Michael Gonzalez, Peyton Alyssa Green. Jessica Hart. Mia C. Harvey. Stephen Andrew Hindman. Dilshani Shimara Dayasundara. Stephen Klein. Becca Lynn Lobb. Jeff Mangleshots. Austin Tyler Margolis. Ashley Martini. Michelle Matos. Kaylin Karen McCloskey. James P. Miller. Yash Suresh Merchandani. Sabrina Pellegrini. Catherine Isabel Pisani. Brittany Pitzel. Marlon Ramos. Patricia Randazzo. Kyle Matthew Wenchow Reed. Rose Robles. Cyrus Mateen Saki. Joseph Samuel Shepard. Nicholas William Silva. Julia Winshaw Spillane. Elaine Maria Stewart. Jacob Richard Strang. Abigail Elizabeth Swisher. Reese Garrett Tobabin. Justin Huang Truong. Terrence Tufur. Madhusudan Vadlamani. Omtej S. Valabapuram. Aaron Mayer Wright. Nikki K. Yarger. Ishmam Yusuf.
Would Dr. Jamie Guest, Department Chair, and Dr. David Flanagan, Program Vice Chair, please come forward for the recognition of the master's degrees in the field of systems engineering.
Casey Eggins. Neil Chandra Agrawal. Sanjita Akhtar. Sandipan Majai. Sufyan Walid Al-Dogon. Gerald David Alexander. Kyle Ross Anderson. Sarah Arrington. Jermaine Azu. Ian Bernard.
Sarah Bashir.
Janelle Nicole Boone. Jordan Ziegler Bosserman, Magdalene Rosemary Boylan, Alexander Brown, Stephanie M. Brown, Albert Chai, Iris Hiju Cheng, Chong Tong Chow, James John Simakowski, Connor B. Coltharp, Brianna Crittenden, Anna Marie Crone, Enshong Tong, Cecilia Tess Doyle, Ryan Dozier, Tyler Harris Eford, Abumneme Jason Ifesinachi Egolum, Caitlin Engelbert, Akintunde Famodimu, Jorge Humberto Ferren, Anna Mackenzie Fountain, Morgan Friedlander, Ferdine Genchanlu, Ruenyo Gao, Caleb Gordon, Aaron James Grover, Casey Nicole Hooray, Philip Adam Harmon, Christopher Irving Harris, Joseph Hayden, Sierra Hennessy, Brady Hill, Jessica Alexandra Hinkie, Pierre David Hirsch, Zara Hussein, Eduardo Arriaga Ibarra Jr., Jasmine Ray Isaac, Alfred Jengel, Chadwick Shelton Jones, Karman Joshi, Jeremy Hiram Kendrick, Ryan Klein, Casey Jean Landry, Oren Robert Lee, Yu Ji Liang, Sumaid Mahmood, Sharon N. Mai, Renee Lynn Mayer Bourne, Troy Jason T. Mappa, Molly Plo Markland, Timothy Allen Minor, Jr. Austin J. Montgomery. Raven Pearl Moses. Sarah Joanne Newell. April Swan Olson. Colleen K. Olson. Sarah Papalardo. Matteo Pietrobelli. Geneva M. Quinn. Afia Rahman. Samiha Rahman. Andrew Christopher Ramos. Naomi Amira Ann Rankin. Dave Rolsey. Texal Neil Seaton. Kyuho Harvest Shin. Jake Siegel. Anthony John Sylvie, Jr. Joyceann Sim. Stephen Miles Smallwood. Ching Fan Sung. Yale Benjamin Sosin. Shelley Lynn Strassener. Jiajen Tung. Parrish Tebow. Mohit Ved. Christina Maria Viana. Matthew Gilbert Watson. Natalie Weaver. Shay West. Stephen David Wysocki. Imani Nur Yahya.
Would Dr. Timothy Galpin, Program Chair, please come forward for the recognition of the master's degrees in the field of technical management.
Paul Edward Hudson. Christopher Todd Mitchell.
That completes the recognition of the master's degrees and certificates. Congratulations, graduates.
Congratulations, graduates. Let's have another round. And I would now like to invite Judy Keene, Vice President of the Johns Hopkins Alumni Association, to speak on behalf of the Alumni Association.
Thank you, Dean Schlesinger. Congratulations to the newest graduating class of the Johns Hopkins Whiting School of Engineering. I am Judy Keene, the Vice President of the Johns Hopkins Alumni Association, and like you, a graduate of the Johns Hopkins University. On behalf of the Johns Hopkins Alumni Council and the Johns Hopkins Alumni Association, I want to congratulate you on your commencement and welcome you to the Johns Hopkins Global Alumni Community, which is nearly 260,000 members strong. I'm excited to introduce you to the next phase of your Johns Hopkins journey. Like me, you chose Hopkins for the opportunity to flourish in a university community with a diversity of experiences. Your alumni community extends beyond the Johns Hopkins campus to a worldwide network that celebrates this community's diversity. Whether you're a Whiting alum in Baltimore, a medicine grad in Boston, or a SAIS alum in Bologna, as the newest members of the Alumni Association, you'll find many opportunities to celebrate, connect, collaborate, both virtually and in person. I encourage each of you to connect with one another on One Hop Alumni, our exclusive virtual networking platform, and through social, cultural, identity, and industry-based events designed for and by our alumni community. From our school-based alumni weekends to our annual networking conferences and everything in between. Consider mentoring a current student. Continue to shape and manage your career path through Handshake or through our latest Alumni Life Design Experience course, which will be launching this June. Explore Hopkins at Home, our online source for lectures and live events. Learn more about our other lifelong learning opportunities, including our Odyssey non-credit programs and our alumni authors book talks. Follow the Alumni Association social media accounts, become a social media ambassador yourself, and keep your contact information updated so you'll receive the latest university and association news. Finally, consider sharing your updates with us, including your stories of what Hopkins has made possible for you by using the hashtag HopkinsPossible. On a personal note, I've become active member of the Alumni Council and have been honored to serve and volunteer for the university in multiple roles. I hope you will join me and the thousands of other alumni who use these opportunities to enrich our lives, both personally and professionally. And in closing, I hope that you remember that wherever you go, there are Hopkins alums where you are. There are Hopkins alums doing what you do. And perhaps, most importantly, there are Hopkins alums doing what you want to do next. And we are here to connect you to them and the university. My heartfelt congratulations once again to each and every one of you. I hope this will be the first of many opportunities where our paths will cross. And as you go out to celebrate, remember that you are forever a part of Hopkins. Congratulations.
Thank you, Judy. For those of you participating virtually, we are now pleased to continue with the virtual recognition of our graduates. I'm honored to celebrate this milestone with you and to recognize the talent, curiosity, drive, and commitment that got you to this point. The past 2 years have made abundantly clear the impact that engineering and engineers can have on the world. You have what it takes to make a difference and endless opportunities to do so. This is an awesome responsibility, and while we expect much of you, solving today's and tomorrow's most complex societal challenges will require you to demand even more of yourself. We have great faith in you and can't wait to hear what you do next. Congratulations.
John Ronald Patio Abad, Puyan Abasi, Alessandro Danielle Abati, Megan Abdul, Sarah Abinante, Andrew Johnson Abraham, Joseph Andre Acevedo, Daisy M. Acosta Leck, Savannah Chandler Adams, Drew Adele, Lanu Adeola Adeyeye, Mihir Mohan Adhikari, Abdurrahman Adila, Dorothy Adu, Andrew Martins Advani, Emma Catherine Afferton, Abdallah Afzal, Casey Eggins, Sanaz Agarwal, Neil Chandra Agrawal, Patrick Sebastian Agri, Muhammad Sajjad Ahmed, Saad Ahmed, Mohammed Najib Ahmed, Safayet Nizam Uddin Ahmed, Sarmad Irfan Ahmed, Suleiman Ahmed, Lutyan Ai, Oliver Nde Akam Inglis, Nadine Akari, Sanzida Akhtar, Iman Al-Amadi, Atif Alam, Nafisa Alam, Zulfikar Al-Fayed Alamle, Susan Al-Barsha, Mason Nathaniel Albert, Jack Connor Albin, Sufyan Walid Al-Dogom, Gerald David Alexander, Ali Al-Hamoud, Amar Ali, Shumaya B. Ali, Lujain Ali Al-Khawi, Ragad Saleh Al-Kuder, Jared Lee Allen, Vernon McAllen, Mark Patrick Ali, Craig Cyril Almeida, Wesley Almeida, Athir A. Almugbel, Abdullah Al-Seri, Ricardo Andres Alvarez Merrill, Preshit Ameta, Rida Amjed, Kuchang An, Roy An, Jeremy Jose Ancharal, Kyle Ross Anderson, Nicholas Warren Anderson, Huda Anjum, Marvin Shem Anyona, Stephen R. Apicella, Melissa Lee Appel, Phoebe J. Appel, Kishore Apunhi Nair, Pakiza Arfani, Andrew W. Argenteri, Diego Arguello, Fernando Arias, Kadisha Arep, Taylor Lynn Armijo, Carla Charisse Armstrong, Maria I. Array, Sarah Arrington, Ankor Arya, Maury Van Buskirk Asanu, Benjamin W. Asher, Arsh Ashir, Taimur Shazad Ashraf, Samir Aslan, Hamdi Atakora, Jaime Avendano Jr., Oren Glenn Avidane, Fidel A. Aviles Minjeti, Jermaine Azu, Stanislav Babenko, Nisa Marie Bacchus, Jordan Rijard Baczynski, Joseph Murray Balarjon, Savannah Ashton Baker, Pedram Bakhtiari Nezhad, Ashok Balaraman, Umanga Lakith Balasuraya, Kevin V. Baliga, David Francis Kianzan Baltazar, Chrysanthus Bandan Bibum II, Jaslyn Kaur Banga, Iragina Serge Bengamwabo, Brevin Parker Banks, Charles Banuelos, Chenhao Bao, Ganesh Baral, Shashvat Bargale, Jody Alicia Barris, Caitlin Sierra Barnes, Nilma Rosa Barsalo Pacheco, Jared Bartles, Hannah Jean Bartlett, Mariad Elizabeth Bartlett, Jessica Lauren Basso, David Batdorf, Ryan Michael Baumgartner, Noah Beasley, Joseph Beauchesne, Allison Beckman, Austin Bechtel, Aaron Betty, Nikolai Belakovsky, Leon Elizabeth Bell, Natalia Benitez, David Scott Bennett, Elizabeth Bennett, Alexis Nicole Benson, Morgan Ainsley Benson, William J. Bergen, Sean Bergman, Dawit Berhane, Paul Bernal Jr., Ian Bernard, Carlos A. Bernaza, Matthew R. Berry, Isabel Lauren Bersano, Brian Hunter Berthold, Gennady Biederman, Pranav Badharla, Shashwat Jinda Bhagat, Arunika Bhatia, Sardak Brugubanda, Rezwan Islam Buyan, Zachary Eli Bialik, Julia Ru Bien, Si Wei Bien, Giorgio Remo Bianchi, Owen Jeffrey Bianchi, Jerry Bickett, Yumeng Bie, Rico Thomas Bigart, Amanda Kennedy Billings, Charles Binder, Ada Begum Birol, Stephen M. Bischoff, Christopher L. Bishop, Rishi Brada Biswas, Hakeem Saeed Basir, David Edward Bitter, Brendan Allen Blackthorn, Nicholas Israel Stevenson Blair, Caleb Royal Blacksley, Matthew Frank Bleakney, Seth Karsten Bleach, Connor Blevins, Bennett Aaron Blitz, Megan Bob, Christine Bodell, Patrick Bogan, Jose Miguel Boorcas, Lanfranco Bungie, Janelle Nicole Boone, Casey McKee Boror, Alyssa Borshenko, Andrew John Boss, Jordan Ziegler Bosserman, Raymond Bodie, Anastasia Burlas, Derek Christopher Bodel, Patrick Seamus Bowler, Lacha Bucha, Carlene Michelle Boyer, Joseph Patrick Boylan, Magdalene Rosemary Boylan, Andrew Bracken, Jerry Bradley Jr., Alicia Ann Breen, Jonah C. Bregstone, Kevin James Brenneman, Serena Bridges, Stephanie Savita Bridge Raj, Jordana E. Brinkman, Daniel Bronson, Christian Brossard, Brian Brosau, Alexander Brown, Chris Brown, Hunter Brown, Jared D. Brown, Kyle Michael Brown, Stephanie M. Brown, Nicholas Gordon Bruns, Mackay J. Bryant, Kyle Dane Buckingham, Gregory D. Bullen, Philippe Adam Bunyevich, Ryan Bird, Kelly D. Burgess, Sean Matthew Burke, Noah Samuel Burkhart, Michael Robert Burns, Robert Kazaizi Burris, Katya Melissa Bustos, Brad Austin Butler, Jason Michael Butler, Daniel Joseph Butts, Ibrahim Boya, Tyler Isabella Bird, Christopher Alexander Caballeros, Kangja Tai, Ke Wei Tai, Yun Chun Tai, Morella Camello, Jess Edward Campbell, Stefan Campbell, Frank John Campo III, Bosun Tao, Han Yu Tao, Jin Tao, Kathy Tao, Ke Chin Tao, Ming Fong Chao, Chanel Day Tsao, Matthew Capobianco, Sam Lander Kapokian, Susan Elizabeth Carilli, Cassandra Joy Carlson, Chris Carpani, Roberto Carrillo, Austin Patrick Carroll, Kevin Patrick Carroll, Floyd Antonio Case, Sean Casserly, John Dallas Cast, Anthony Castillo, David Manuel Castillo, James Gerald Castle, Charles Onhi Quetoir, Mark Scott Conter, Carlos Rodrigo Ceballos, Catherine Sarasso, Albert Chai, Promit Chakraborty, Parikshit Chalis, Adarsh Chaluvaraju, Nicholas Taylor Champagne, Maureen Chan, Sum E. Chan, Wesley James Chan, Lakshmi Shanmugam, Yu Sheng Cheng, Iris Hiju Cheng, Aditya Chattopadhyay, Shreyan Samir Chaudhry, Yu Cha, Alina Chen, Douglas Mo Chen, Elaine Vivian Chen, Fei Yu Chen, Hai Chi Chen, Hao Song Chen, Ace Houting Chen, Jiare Chen, Junki Chen, Zhuo Tang Chen, Kongyun Chen, Li Zhi Chen, Pilon Chen, Sushen Chen, Tim Chen, Wenwei Chen, Xiyang Chen, Xiangtang Chen, Shaoke Chen, Xingling Chen, Xinhao Chen, Xiyuan Chen, Yani Chen, Yanlin Chen, Yinong Chen, Zheli Chen, Zhening Chen, Fanghao Cheng, Liang Cheng, Shejun Cheng, Yilun Cheng, Yuhan Cheng, Zheyi Cheng, Abiram Cherukupali, Sri Navya Cherukuri, Eileen Chestnut, Alexander James Chung, Kendall Nicole Chevelle, Charles G. Chiang, Ron Sai Loon Chiong, Srikanth Chiravuri, Kaho Cho, Victor Cho, Won Jun Cho, Derek Choi, Erica K. Choi, Daniel Junho Chong, Sarah Chopra, Yu Chong Cho, Chong Tong Chao, Amila Nawid Chaudhry, Rita Mashiat Chowdhury, Ashley Choi, Tatiana Ashley Christmas, Suwat Tritamara, Jongjing Chu, Dylan Chudasma, Noah Chung, Kristen Marie Chishelka, James John Simakowski, Sloan Justin Sinkle, Jared Shelton Claybo, Aaron Louise Clark, Keith Thomas Clark, Jelaine Elise Clark, Sylvester Cleveland, Samuel David Klaus, Brian Schmalak, James Koka, Justin T. Coe, Benjamin Samuel Cohen, Reed Coker, Amy Cole, James Cole, Patrick Cole, Ward Jason Cole, Paul Jason Collier, Alexander Joseph Collins, Eric Thomas Collins, Kieran Michael Collins, Marissa Ray Kleinman Collins, Paula Marie Colon Abad, Connor B. Coltharp, Daniel Thomas Comer, Kate Beatrice Concannon, Abigail A. Connor, David Cook, Kyle Robert Cooper, Tyler O. Cooper, Ian Coppathorne, Thomas Coppola, Sierra G. Coughlin, Leandro Cautu Correa, Antonio Daniel Covington, Anna Lisa Cowan, Parker Coy, Caleb Crawford, Kelsey Faye Crawford, Nestor Enrique Crespo Waterman, Catherine Page Crisofulli, Justin Anthony Crisp II, Brianna Crittenden, Anna Marie Crone, David William Crouch, Heather Elizabeth Cryan, Maria Alejandra Cubias Flores, Zhe Kui, Shane Cullen, Zachary Thomas Cullen, Corey C. Cunningham, Francis Joseph Cunningham III, James Robert Kerbo, Patrick Daniel Custer, Daniel Kenneth Cutler, Uriel Couchard, Sean Dabbs, Christopher Dabrowski, Benjamin Dasick, Alexandra Elizabeth Dachenko, Nicole Taylor Dotto, Azita Dadresan, Chunyong Dai, Jiaji Dai, Jin Dai, Shiguang Dai, Wanyi Dai, Wanyi Dai, Yibo Dai, Ahan Gamal Dahlia, John Dalrymple, Eric Edward D'Ambro, Dakota Tristan Kyle Dames Dace, Beatty Proctor Daniel, Zachary C. Daniel, Avradipta Das, Shrujani Das, Matthew Charles David, James Bergen Davidson, Jean Pierre Davila, Daryl Davis, Joshua Pippin Daviscourt, Timothy F. Davison, Grace Day, Frederick David Day Lewis, Serge De Neco, Tanairi De Santiago Alvarez, Lucknoth Ashwin De Silva Kariyawasam Gunapinuwala Gamaj, Deb Surya De, Jacob M. Dean, Gavin Lee DeAngelis, Donovan DeBoost, Adriano Di Castro, Kelvin Charles DeFeo, Christopher DiGirolamo, Nathan E. DeHorn, Alexander Mark DeYoung, Jill Ann Morris Deckert, Lauren Delisle, Brandon T. Dell, John D. DeLucia, Dennis Dong, Linda Dong, Chi-Yoon Dong, Yu-Yang Dong, Jason Dennis, Nicole Griffin Dupree, Stephanie Michelle DeRosa, Ian James DeTore, Alyssa Sherry Devon, Priya Sumeta Devineni, Olivia Regina Diakopoulos, Alexis Serena Diaz, Juliana Elizabeth DiCarlo, Jonathan Avery Ditas, Cody Deanslake, Tobias Drew Dilworth, Aoi Ding, Ji Tao Ding, Tianjiao Ding, Yu Xin Ding, Zijun Ding, Isaiah Dittmer, Kshiktij Divekur, Molly Jean Divins, Jessica Dixon, Elise Japa, Hui Hu Tam Dal, Sheila M. Dolan, Stephen N. Dolasinski, Ryan Charles Dombrowski, Alexis Dominguez, Enshong Tong, Kelly D. Dooley, Wagner Figueredo dos Anjos, Cecilia Tess Doyle, Ryan Dozier, Christian Warren Drobenstadt, Edric Drachenberg, Micah T. Drayton, Scott Joseph Dries, Anthony Drevich III, Lauren Drum, Devin E. Drummond, Wei Hang Du, Yu Xin Du, Ru Xiao Duan, Daniel Dubois, Eric Duguay, Kushal Venkat Dula, Deja Iman Duncan, Ryan Duncan, Alexandra Jade Dunn, Brendan Dunn, Christopher Daniel Durbin, Hanusha Dorisetti, Matthew Hefner Duty, Samuel Bentley Dwyer, Adam Dimit, Amarilda Dermishi, Kieran Morgan Zialo, William Keach Edelin III, Denise Edgerly, Alexander Charles Edwards, Tyler Harris Eford, Abumneme Jason Ifesinachi Egolum, Ryan Christopher Eisman, Pallavi Vilas Ekbote, Taj Nizar El Khalili, Alan Ellsbury, Konstantinos Emanuelidis, David Vandevort Engel, Caitlin Engelbert, David Raphael Englert, Sanghu Enkotgon, Kenza Elizabeth Enright, Taha Entisari, Alexa Escalona, Mark Estefanos, Brian Estrada, Jamie Gentile Etheridge, Nikaya Etienne, Courtney Simone Evans, Patrick Everick, Muhammad Fahad, Mairead Teresa Fahy, Beck Fallon, Akintunde Famodimu, Yinuo Fan, Jennifer Fanelli, Dihua Fang, Xinyuan Fang, Yizi Rui Fang, Eric Farish, Matthew Farley, Natalia Farquharson, Nahole Fatemi, Holly Samantha Faulkner, Elise C. Favia, Dion Fay, Crisilde Falau, Juan Jose Felix Falcon, He Shang Feng, Huang Yu Feng, Ying Yu Feng, Yu Xin Feng, Lori Ferger, Priyanka Benny Fernandez, Tina Fernandez, Nicholas Ferrante, Jorge Humberto Ferrin, Mary Catherine Festa, Jacob Wolfgang Fedorov, Alex Santiago Fialos, Carolina Anna Fick, Bradley Dean Finnegan, Dylan H. Finestone, Eric D. First, Hunter Michael Fitch, Sarah Fitch, Russell Fitzpatrick, Matthew T. Flaherty, Janet Joy Flitch, Michael Flocare, Regina Kyrene Flora, Tia Nicole Flournoy, David Franklin Fleurer, Shannon Claire Flynn, Sarah Grace Fu, Anna Mackenzie Fountain, Christopher Joseph Fontaine, Clayton Franklin, Chloe Elizabeth France, Trevor Alexander Frederick, James Lyle Freeland, Colin Burton French, Christian Hennig Frey, Morgan Friedlander, Alexandra Marley Frink, Edwin Wellington Froelich, Michelle Elizabeth Frost, Danny Fu, Joseph David Fuchs, Randall Eric Fuller, Samuel M. Fuller, Sohan Sai Gadiraju, Colin Gainey, Aaron Gaich, Victor Hugo Galindo, Timothy Gallagher, Luke Christian Galvin, Josh Gangle, Rohit Ganji, Ferdinand Ganjanlu, Qingying Gao, Chuxin Gao, Ruenyo Gao, Shang Gao, Shuning Gao, Alejandra Garcia, Brian Allen Garcia, Tanner Joseph C. Garcia, Ashi Garg, Vincent Salvatore Gargiulo, Richard Michael Garner, Cristale Dominique Garnica Vallejo, Robert Matthew Gogler, Aditya Gore, Christiana Gaw, Siddiq Gawusu, Dana L. G, Isabel Nicole Giada, Dawit Gebrameriam, Mackenzie Geckler, Eric Nicholas Gelson, Julian Lassiter Gendro, Preston John Jeanette, Gilad Otzar Jensler, Matthew James George, Darren Getz, Sohanjit Ghosh, Jose Andres Gabaya, Theodore Joseph Gibson Rydrick, Eric Michael Giwant, Allison Yesenia Gill, Jeffrey William Gilbert, Kevin Andrew Gill, Prabdeep S. Gill, Ronnie D. Gill, Priya Gillen, Luke Gillespie, Nicholas Anthony Gillum, Melissa Kate Gilmore, Dawn Ginsberg, Dallin Gividen, Claire Glenn, Ryan Michael Godfrey, Muhammad Musamil Godil, Mansi Goyal, Sachin Goyal, Justin Michael Gomer, Daniela Gogol, Robert James Golas, Jr., Vera Gold, Andrea Elizabeth Golden Lasher, Melanie Elizabeth Goldman, Praniti Gola, Diego A. Gomez, Clarabelle Gonell, Bofan Gong, Hao Gong, Tianyao Gong, Ava Magdalena Gonzalez, Preston Donald Gonzalez, Alexandra Maria Gonzalez Salix, George Michael Gonzalez, Luis Alberto Gonzalez, Sarah Elizabeth Gooley, Nathaniel Joseph Gunasekaram, Kellis D. Gorge, Caleb Gordon, Christopher Ryan Gorman, Gabriel E. Gormazano, Casey Mimi Grage, Donald Grage, Kia Leandria Graham, Tyler Johannes Gross, Lenora Diane Gray, Peyton Alyssa Green, Cameron Michael Green, Nicholas James Green, Lorenzo Gregori, Joseph Rocco Gregory, Wilson George Gregory, Miranda Ellen Grenville, Austin Matthew Grieve, Patrick Jesse Griffin, Alexander Stephen Griswold, Seth Groherring, Ryan Christopher Gronett, Jamie Lee Gross, Jared Hansen Gross, Andrew Brian Grotkow, Aaron James Grover, Jacob V. Grudberg, Pan Gu, Tian Cheng Gu, Yan Gu, Yifei Gu, Jimena Guayar Blasco, Haishuo Guan, Haoyue Guan, Luomang Guan, Johan Guan, Christian Jose Guaraca, Pavan Gudameta, Dhiraj Gudluru, Michael Quittinger, Sunetra Guntur, Chuchu Guo, Haoran Guo, Jialin Guo, Qisen Guo, Shengran Guo, Xiaoyu Guo, Yongjie Guo, Ayush Gupta, Mohit Sushil Gupta, Supamoy Gupta, Vetrivil Gurusamy, Anna Joy Grafeo Gusky, Michael Geyer, Evan Haas, Simon Habib, Max Hahn, Nicholas Eric Hahn, Nadia Jorgen Hahn, Noah Hamilton, Reed Hamilton, Brian Hammock, Brandy Lynn Hemming, Jacob Hammond, Jiwan Han, Yu Jae Han, Zhuo Chang Han, Zi Yao Han, Julia Hand, Kristen Rose Handy, Chavez Hanif, Samantha R. Hansen, Jingyi Hao, Wei Xuan Hao, Meme Hawk, Casey Nicole Hooray, Miles Angus Harbor, Philip Adam Harmon, Kelly Lehman Harnish, Christopher Irving Harris, Logan James Harris, Jessica Hart, Jason Paul Hartwell, Mia C. Harvey, Mahnur Hassan, Shireen Tianren Hassan, Rain K. Haskew, Reg Jason Hatcher, Daniel Joseph Hatfield, Jesse Haworth, Noboru Hayashi, Joseph Hayden, Savannah Page Hayes, Kevin He, Mengxian He, Rongshuan He, Yujian He, Rebecca Ann Hecht, Adam Richard Heckman, Jacob Headings, Deepti Balachandra Hegde, Tharika Mala Hegde, Bharat Rajana Heggarahali, John Tobin Crosby Henley, Sierra Hennessy, Andrew M. Henriksen, Michael Kernan Henry, Matthew Herbrand, Anna Harishian Harris, Liam G. Hurley, Joshua Hernandez, Kayla Enid Hernandez, Ulysses Hernandez, Antonio Jose Herrera Vasquez, Ismael Herrera, Elizabeth Yulie Herman, Patrick Michael Heron, Katrina Nicole Herwig, Melissa Ann Hewitt, Andrew David Hicks, Pauline Hidalgo, Stephen Conrad Hilborn, Brady Hill, Jacob Tyler Hill, Christopher Hillbrand, Stephen Andrew Hindman, Jessica Alexandra Hinkie, Sanjeev Mallikarjuna Hiramat, Leah Hirsch, Pierre David Hirsch, Lan Ki Ho, Dong Huang, Zach Hochhalter, Robert Tyler Hodges, Thomas Lee Hodsden III, Lars Eduard Hornlein, Charles Jacob Hoffman, Madison Taylor Hogan, Luke Hoggett, Christian Nicholas Hole, Misher John Hollifield, David Hollub, Kevin James Hom, Jonathan Hong, Kieran James Horan, Rachel M. Horstman, Mohammed Adnan Hossein, Rue Ho, David Hung, Jordan Shea, Christopher Xing, Jia Yuan Hu, Jie Hu, Ray Tao Hu, Tai Chuan Hu, Xin Yu Hu, Yuhan Hu, Yu Xiang Hu, Zika Hu, Willie Huaman, Anais Huang, Qingyang Huang, Hao Xuan Huang, Hao Yu Huang, Junhao Huang, K-Wen Huang, Qianqi Huang, Rui Rong Huang, Si Yuan Huang, Xiaoya Huang, Yuanqi Huang, Tess Ilian Hudak, Jacob Julius Hudgens, Brennan Christopher Hughes, Zhipeng Hui, Jace Harmon Hull, Allison Demarius Hunt, Peter Oscar Huntley, Jennifer Hurley, Joseph Thomas Hersey, Zara Hussein, Katie Lucille Hutchinson, Paul Edward Hudson, Paul Edward Hudson, Jonathan Huang, Eduardo Arriaga Ibarra Jr., Paulina Ibave, Christina Rajbahar Iliparambil, Shane Lars Impola, Shravya Indela, Blanca Inigo Romeo, Asuka Inoshita, Kayla Ipongi, Jasmine Ray Isaac, Jeremy Parker Isaacson, Fadil Izamotu, Amina Ishrat, Deepan Islam, Omar A. Ismail, Christian Pastor Itzagire, Imadeu Nuobon Ize Ibenevbo, Christopher David Jackson, Destiny Lee Jackson, Rachel Jackson, Tyler Ryan Jackson, Richard Scott Jacobson, Sydney Grace Jacobson, Lawson Albert Jaffe, Malia Jahan, Devang Jain, Ishan Jain, Shrey Arvind Jaiswal, Syed Hassan Jamal, Carson Curtis James, Evan James, Trifina Marie James, Daniel Jang, Hasmi Rafsan Jani, Kaylin Sky Jariel, Pratik Jasani, Sandeya Jayabalan, Rajan Jayshankar, Dilshani Shimara Jayasundara, Georgi Jelaiskov, Alfred Jengel, Dan G. Miaolin Jia. David Jiang. Xiaopeng Jiang. Shiyu Jiang. Tangxiao Jiang. Xingnan Jiang. Zhenjie Jiang. Wenyu Jiao. Luis de Jesus Jimenez Gonzalez. Luis Arturo Jimenez Hernandez. Emily Lucille Jimenez. Zhang Jin. Wenhe Jing. Yuzhuo Jing. Wanyang Zhou. Kristen Gail Johansson. Benjamin Allen Johnson. Daniel Casey Johnson. Sadie Issaquauer Johnson. Sean Johnson. Terrence Eugene Johnson. Paul M. Joji. Ryan Jonas. Callie Wilson Jones. Chadwick Shelton Jones. Jonathan Paul Jones. Trevor Jones. Matthew Jordan. Karman Joshi. Neil Joshi. William Herbert Joyce. Carolyn B. Jung. Lee Sun Jung. Yoonhwa Young. Dheeraj Danvi Kairamkanda. Jessica Lauren Kaiser. Hosni Kaisi. Annapurna Kala. Sai Manasa Kalyanam. Vinit Sudin Kamat. Shuwen Khan. Gabrielle Yizul Kang. Taewook Lucas Kang. Paul C. Kantliner. Christian Pierre Kansky. Badi Doris Atalim Kao. Stephen Kapovic. David Kaplan. Sid Kapoor. Ian Garrick Kapi. Azmina Aisha Karukapadat. Shlomo Nijad Kashanian. Anirudh Ameya Kashyap. Dmitry Y. Kasinets. Deepak Cassandra. Brennan Castens. Bahnu Kaul. Cassie Kuvakis. Shichang Ke. David Warren Keeling. Ryan Keenan. Zachary Raymond Keisler. Daniel Kelly. Quinn Kelly. Matthew Kemp. Austin Gregory Kemper. Zachary Kempler. Jeremy Hiram Kendrick. Kelly Kennedy. Jessica Kenny. Sarah Kessel. Alim Khan. Amira Khan. Darren Sahel Khan. Irfan Khan. Mehtab Khan. Rafat Kandekar. Vinayak Kandelwal. Karun Katiwada. Christopher Sam Corey. Joel Kears. Mitchell Allen Kite. Christopher Kim. Christopher Kim. Song Kyu Kim, Tae Jong Kim, Young Gul Kim, Lauren Kimball, Nicholas Kaiser, Aditi Kishore, Ryan Michael Kissinger, Sean Robert Kitzmiller, Joel Edward Klasa, Kevin James Klassen, Ryan Klein, Sheldon A. Klein, Stephen Klein, Carissa May Kleinschmidt, Matthew Klockner, Michael Conrad Natz, Jacob Knight, Graham Knowles, Kwang Bum Ko, Lambert Arnold Colbert, Ryan Avilia Carrasco Kobler, Abhay Korapurat Ajay, Yared Tarakane Kokeb, Stephanie Ann Kolbus, Hilal Kolioglu, Madison Marie Kolker, Joseph Anthony Konzinski III, Wei Kai Kong, David J. Korb, Jacob Thomas Karinko, Elena Kote, Kunal Salil Kotkar, Rebecca Katula, John Peter Kunellis, Vincent Joseph Kowalski, Ambarish Kauluri, Samuel David Koifman, Benjamin M. Kragt, Betcher Krasnichi, Eugene Kenneth Krug, Michael Kristofchek, Chen Yen Ku, Eliana Ku, Yu Chen Ku, Arpit Kamlesh Kubadia, George Joseph Kudiba, Olga Kukujanova, Nicholas Kuljas, Aditya Vikas Kulkarni, Ashwini Rajendra Kulkarni, Priyanka Kulkarni, Frederick Jacob Kundert, Ryan Cutney, Brett Kewick, Y. Kwan, Spencer James Quit, Jihuan Kwan, Abdel Ghani Labasi, Eric Joseph Lacroix, Saket Ladha, Matthew Ryan Lafitte, Chase Mackenzie May Lar, William Kit Lai, Justin Lamb, Young K. Lamb, Jonathan Mason Lamb, Suroj Lamichane, Michael Alexander Lampart, Justin Lannon, Casey Jean Landry, Ava A. Langstaff, Kirti Naga Lanka, Aaron Lanoy, Nathaniel Lau, Joseph Paul Lashine, Evan LaTourette Gez, Becca Lynn Lobb, Ryan Shane Lofbon, Rohit Gajanan Laulkar, Justin Loria, Pujita Lava, Tony Fitzgerald Lawrence, Nicholas Lay, Jonah Lazar, Julie Lay, Calvin Lee, Christina Yu-Jin Lee, Christopher Lee, David Lee, N. Yao Lee, Frank Lee, Isaac Youngbae Lee, Jong Hoon Lee, Joshua Lee, Justin Hanvin Lee, Oren Robert Lee, Seyun Lee, Seyong Caitlin Lee, Tony Lee, Lee Leggett III, Catherine Ashley Legrand, Emery Chance Lehman, Melody Lay, Shi Yao Lay, Christopher Nicholas Lesser, Daniel M. Lesko, Andrew Douglas Lewis, Crystal Marie Lewis, Elizabeth Lewis, Shanza Shanika Lewis, Chang Lee, Cynthia Lee, David Lee, Fengjie Lee, Felix H. Lee, Guanyan Lee, Hao Lin Lee, Jojo Lee, Kenny Lee, Sabrina Xing Lee, Thomas Chinlei Lee, Tianao Lee, Tianjian Lee, Ting Hong Lee, Wen Xuan Lee, Xiang Li, Xinfei Li, Xinheng Li, Yahan Li, Yahan Li, Yijiang Li, Yikun Li, Yiyang Li, Yizhan Li, Yushuan Li, Zhenghao Li, Zikai Li, Zhouwan Li, Ziwei Li, Ziyi Li, Ziyu Li, Cassie Liang, Ruixiang Liang, Yuji Liang, Zhen Liang, Xiangyu Liao, Josiah J. Lim, Kevin Matthew Limtao, Eugene H. Lin, Hanwen Ling, Jesse Lin, Shirley Ya Ting Lin, John Michael Alexander Linares, Pablo Linares, Anqi Liu, Chongming Liu, Christine Liu, Christopher Zichen Liu, Danyu Liu, Guanyun Liu, Jiahao Liu, Jiaqi Liu, Jiawei Liu, Jiehong Liu, Zhiqian Liu, Junyi Liu, Kaizhao Liu, Lu Liu, Mei Li Liu, Min Lu, Ming Chao Liu, Ryan Liu, Shusi Liu, Xiaoyu Liu, Xinxin Liu, Shongchang Liu, Xuanning Liu, Yang Liu, Yi Liu, Yinan Liu, Yun Yuan Liu, Yunzhao Liu, Zaiwei Lu, Zexi Liu, Zhongyu Liu, Zhiyuan Liu, Zishuan Liu, Joshua Richard Leffler, Gabrielle Xiaopin Lawrence, Jackson Long, William Walter Long, Annette Claudine Lopez Davila, Danielle Lopez, Jacob Lopez, Michael Joseph Lopez, Elijah Losoff, Brian Michael Liu, Christopher Jeffrey Lowitz, Zachary Scott Loy, David Yi Liu, Fong Liu, Ronghao Liu, Si Xiao Liu, Yanlin Liu, Yining Liu, Joseph Lundgren, Julia Lundstrom, Tong Luo, Yi Luo, Yue Luo, Kang T. Luong, Corey Lawrence Luth, Megan Luttree, Riley Paul Lutkeharm, Vanessa Lai, Robert Ernest Lin, David O'Mara Lyon, Andrea Lyons, Jie Chang Liu, Jie Ma, Long Ma, Xiao Xiao Ma, Yin Song Ma, Yue Yang Ma, Zhe Han Ma, Neil MacDonald, Tyler Christian MacDonald, Joshua Mack, Justice Mack, Pulkit Madan, Christopher Dane Madsen, Sherry Renee McGinnis, Mohana Mageswaran, Andre McGill, Bhupendra Mahar, Kian Madavi, Emily Ann Maharis, Nicholas Mann, Hamza Mahmood, Sumaid Mahmood, Sharon N. Mai, Renee Lynn Mayer Bourne, Nathaniel David Maines, Patrice Majewski, Sandipan Majai, Hamed Majidi Zolbenin, Diti Majmundar, Andy Mak, Rawan Maki, Joshua Malarkey, Omer Ayaz Malik, Sucheta Maladi, Kirsten Haley Malmberg, John Taylor Malug, Rufino Tomas de Guzman Mamuyak, April Mangano, Jeff Mangelschatz, Anthony Mango, Andrew Manglos, Ryan Mansilla, Troy Jason T. Mappa, Julio Marcano, Matthew John Marcosino, Matthew Ambrose Marco, Justine Faye Marfa, Austin Tyler Margolis, Manuel Alejandro Marin, Kwame P. Markin, Kurt Gabriel Marking, Molly Plo Markland, Victor Marcus, Emily Margaret Marley, John Morosic, John Morati, Thomas Walker Marshall, Adam Martin, Eric Martin, Paul Edward Martin, Alexandra Martinez, Nicholas Jose Martinez, Ashley Martini, Bradley Alexander Martinez, Andrew Macioli, Samuel Andrew Mason, Matthew Massimilla, Christopher Merriman Maston, John Masvungo, Evan A. Mata, Colin E. Matheny, Gurleen Kaur Mataru, Rishi Matthew, Shubhan Matar, Raul Fernando Matos Whiteman, Michelle Matos, Samario Matticcioni, Tzofkiel Alexander Matthew, Rebecca Peloquin Maddie, Grant Maxwell, Gregory May, Morgan Mazer, Lyndon Mazon, Jordan Scott Mazer, Luke Thomas Mazzochetti, Joyanna Mazzone, Heath Adam McCabe, Ryan Zachary McCabe, William Allen McCann Jr., Kaylin Karen McCloskey, Marty Wayne McConnell, Jacob McCord, Madeline Taylor McCormick, Megan McCulley, Glenn P. McDaniel, Daniel Charles McDermott, Jolie Helena McDonnell, Sean McDonnell, Ryan McDuffie, Jacob Gerald McEwen, Christopher Lee McFall, Chris H. McGinnis, Andrew McGrath, Ian Michael McRorty, Andrew Charles McGurk, Robert John McHugh, Jordan Robert McCoskey, Michael McMillan, Samantha McNulty, Richard B. McShinsky, Christopher John McTague, Benjamin Owens Meekum, Brian Medendorp, Alyssa Meehan, Anthony Megala, Samuel Donovan Mahalko, Yi-Chan May, Michael Mellinger, Audrey Grace McKell Malott, Emily Marisol Melton, Luol Menbaro, Chu Tong Mong, Jack Mensch, Asta Bharatbhai Mirza, Joshua Masidi, Gregory Anthony Mehdi, Ravi Dilip Mevawala, Natalie Marie Meyer, Joshuan Mi, Sarah Ephisia Mikovic, Allison Miller, Andrew K. Miller, Benjamin David Miller, James P. Miller, Sarah Ashley Miller, Kaiten Minhas, Gillian Marie Minahan, Timothy Allen Minor, Jr., Nathan Alexander Miranda, Yash Suresh Merchandani, Ayush Mishra, Kumar Purushottam Miskin, Christopher Todd Mitchell, Michaela Mitchell, Samuel Michael Mitchell, Akiko Miyakawa, David Uyang Monch, Jonathan Denishu Molina, Arbaz Momin, Thierry Mon, Austin J. Montgomery, Yunuen Sherazada Montgomery, Diksha Murasarij Shama, Jack Moody, Camille Joanne Moore, Gustavo Morales Burbano, Christina Moralic, Joseph Procida Moramarco, Lauren Ruth Morehouse, Brandon Lee Morrow, Raven Pearl Moses, Kaylee Moss, Shadi Motamani, Paul Moyer, Tong Mu, Florian Muellerklein, Hassan Mohammed, Ashanika Mukherjee, Shubhodeep Mukherjee, Cormac James Mulcahy, Sean Mullen, Kanwarveer Singh Mundi, Shreya Munori, Lohit Rao Mupala, Joseph George Murad, Stacy Murgia Vega, Emmett Thomas Murphy, Declan Patrick Murray, Anurgia Morty, Kavi Chandirakant Murugesan, Muskan, Lucas Messina, Jacob Philip Muth, Benjamin Muthig, Nimesh V. Nagaruru, Pavitran K. Naiker, Ashok Kumar Achutan Nair, Nader Najar, Changzhe Now, Nandani Narayanan, Gaurav Gobind Narvani, Andrew Thomas Natarian, Stephen Richard Natelli, Jr., Samuel Nathanson, Luis Navarro Garcia, Manasi Ratnakar Nawat, Krisha D. Nazareth, John Ifeani Ndukwe, Daniel Edward Neal, Kelsey Aaron Neff, Jordan Negley, Ardalan Nejat, Christopher Nelson, Sarah Nelson, Katie Nessett, Megan Melissa New, Sarah Joanne Newell, Whitney Ang, Martin Waiharo Nana, Brian Bach No, Tram Ngo, An Vu Nui, Diana Win, Julia Maiti Nguyen, Tiffany Tan Chuk Win, Chang Ni, Yun Ni, Zhou Ni, Emmanuel John Nieves, Binthia Nirmal Kumar, Chi Tong Nyo, Sihan Nyo, John Cole Nixon, Veronica Norkis, Zachary Norris, Christopher Bernard Novak, Arijit Viraj Nukala, Martin Phoenix Nunley II, Chigosye Robert Nwachuku, Tochi Karis Wogu, Samuel Parker Oberly, Christine Chu O'Connor, Zachary O'Donnell, Chinamso Oji, Kolade Ahmed Okunoler, Brandon Olson, April Swan Olson, Colleen K. Olson, Fazilat Amer, Wabueza Anora, Riley Okendo, Garen Ordoyan, Caroline Ann Orndorff, Stephen Orsay, Jesse Ortiz, Andrew Joseph Osborne, Jared Michael Osborne, Yuya Otaki, Paul Isaac Otero, Ala Othman, Insho O, Chu Ouyang, Veronda Tamara Owens, Raghavendra Padmanabhan, Amar Ahmed Pelikonda Latif, Dylan Daniel Palmer, Griffin John Thomas Palmer, Rodney Lawrence Palmer Jr., Jingwon Pan, Jonathan Pangia, Brad Stewart Panzarella, Sarah Papalardo, J. Nitin Paranspe, Anirudh Alpesh Parekh, Dong Jin M. Park, Juyang Park, Shane Sejun Park, Taejun Park, James Anthony Parker III, Kevin Stephen Parlak, Kashayar Parse, Surya Teja Paruchuri, Sharanya Sai Parvataneni, Viren Mohan Pasalkar, Devin P. Patel, Eric Patel, Hannah Patel, Kishan Patel, Namit P. Patel, Rajan Kiran Patel, Sunny Mahendra Patel, Ayush Patak, Kiran Raj Patak, Sakshi Kishore Patel, Fanupong Patanachai, Buchi Siddhartha Patisapu, Christopher C. Paul, Mohan Rao Pedara, Sarah Barbara Page, Sabrina Pellegrini, Adriana Beatriz Peña, Luis Miguel Peña, Danny Peng, Haoran Peng, Kaiwen Peng, Shi Peng, Angelo Pinati, Anne Frank Peram, Arnaldo Pereira, Samantha Ann Pereira, Ernesto Ezequiel Perez, Gustavo Perez, Nathaniel Alexander Perkins, Netra Perli, Sai Petluri, Timothy Aiden Petrie, Natalia Pezzuco, Laura Ann Feifel, Hui Pham, Emma Levin Phillips, Jennifer Rose Phillips, Kevin Phillips, Mary Phillips, Tyler Dean Phillips, Richard Fausalith, Jia Qian P, Wei Chi Pian, Leanne Alina Pichai, Niles C. Pearson, Matteo Pietrobelli, Matthew William Pike, Ryan Zachary Pilgrim, Audrey Pillsbury, Yair Pinsever, Caitlin Taylor Pinetta, Andres Marcelo Pino, Catherine Isabel Pisani, Brittany Pitzel, Silab Pia, Christopher Posetti, Joshua Emmanuel Pokai, Caleb Pocock, Amit Kumar Podar, Mark Anthony Poe, Alexa Lynn Pomerleau, Stephen David Posney, Andrew Jason Powell, Evan William Powell, Pragnaya Prabhakaran, Ujjvala Prajmadam Pradeep, Sagat Justin Prasai, Pritam Nagesh, Vidya Premkumar, Matthew E. Preeb, Margarita Prikodko, Catherine Miranda Priu, Joseph Privitera, William Thomas Proya, Kashvi Bruti, Kyle Silopoulos, Ruoyan Pu, Ziyuan Pu, Joshua Stephen Pugh, Christopher Edward Puglisi, Jenna Pyle, Wei Chen Chi, Yongrui Chi, Jian Jian, Boyang Qin, Lang Qin, Jianyu Chu, Cheng Chu, Victoria Chu, Xiaofei Chu, Zihan Ku, Isaiah Kamayu Queen, Colleen E. Quinlan, Geneva M. Quinn, Celia Maria Quintana, Andrew Rab, Anastasia Rafucci, Shubhangi Raghavan, Harsh Raghuvir, Harini Raghu, Afia Rahman, Samiha Rahman, Shahan Rahman, Yusra Ibtisam Rahman, Nicholas George Rake, Neha D. Rajan, Parikshit Ranajit Rajay, Ashrita Ramesh, Divya Ramesh, Alicia Ramos, Andrew Christopher Ramos, Carlos Samuel Ramos, Marlon Ramos, Ning Ran, Patricia Randazzo, Naomi Amira Ann Rankin, Stephen Dorsley Rankin, Tyler Rapp, Erica Rashka, Rasa Rasulit, Peter Gray Rasmussen, Urvi Rawat, Michael Italo Racine, Kyle Matthew Wenchow Reed, Scott Michael Reed, Parth Reggae, Elizabeth Rieger, William Reisner, Samuel William Remedios, Guo Chao Ren, Ke Han Ren, Sarah Ren, Yi Ren, Yu Mong Ren, Matthew Lee Renzi, Michael Restelli, Francisco Jose Restrepo, Benjamin Shalom Radel, Jesse Reingold, Andrew Jameson Rice, Curtis Richards, Christopher Michael Ridpath, Nathaniel Christopher Riemann, Eric Vigo Reese, Keegan Makoto Ray Riley, Sean Riley, Zachary Toffness Riley, Steve Wrinkle, Catherine Elise Rittenbach, Luis F. Rivas, Andrew L. Roberts, Dakota Wyatt Robbins, Andre Robert, Christian Jair Charles Roberts, Connor Roberts, Jesse Carlton Roberts, Madeline Gray Roberts, Sarah Roberts, Rose Robles, Pierce David Robson, Rolando Rodarte, Enzo Italo Rodrigo, Mario Alberto Rodriguez Cordoba, Gabriela Rodriguez Franco, Jacob Rodriguez, Andrew Rogers, James M. Rogers, John W. Rogers, Jonathan T. Roig, Sarush Roqui, Jacob Benjamin Rumbaugh, Suyuan Rong, William Hua Chuan Rong, William Hua Chuan Rong, Johan Rosario, Lucas Eduardo Rosas, Victoria Ann Rose, Rebecca Drew Rosen, Benjamin Evan Rosenblum, Derek Ross, Anna Catalina Rosu, Joshua Andrew Roth, Tyler Roy, Lucas David Rosendahl, Sheng-Yi Ruan, Kaylee Ann Rudge, Trig Rule, Leal Ruhani, Dave Rolsey, Matthew J. Rumble, Vanessa Lee Rupertus, Ellen Russo, James Paul Risotto, Alexander Charles Ruth. Sixto Manuel Saavedra Arosemena. Dina Marie Saba. Richa Vinod Kumar Sabu. Patrick Sackett. Sophie Sackstein. Shayan Zafor Sadiq. Bardia Safai. Bridge Kisor Sa. Matthew Sandeep Saha. Tanushi Sahai. Janvi Sai Krishna. Nushin Sadie. Danvir Saini. Cyrus Mateen Saki. Alejandro Salamanca. Travis Allen Salas Cox. Melissa Inez Salib Ramajo. Shaheen Samadi. Sergio Sanchez Manso. Gustavo Andres Sanchez. Harshdeep Sandhu. Manmeet Sandhu. Bandavi V. Sangaru. Skylar Sanks. Mateo Santana Gaitzan. Lauren Santachen. Shalia Pradita Saptoro. Avi Sardana. Nicholas Reza Sarfaraz. John Enders Sargent. Joseph K. Sasu Jr. Krishna Tejaswini Sathi. Eric Lamont Saunders Jr. John Edward Slaughter Saunders. Louis Sailors. Pratik V. Sayaparaju. Kyle Skaplin. Michael Shaja. Sawyer Andrew Shear. Carl Justin Scheider. Samantha Marie Schindler. Andrew William Schmid. Douglas John Schmidt. Max Schneider. Rebecca Elise Schneider. Dane A. Scholin. Kyle Shorey. Jacqueline Renee Schultz. Max B. Schuster. Evan Schwartz. Kevin Michael Schwegler. Mark Angelo Simonelli. Scarlett Nicole Scott. Texal Neil Seaton. Vanessa Marian Anna Seddon. Ryan D. Siri. Alexander Taylor Seftas. Tamisha Jifa Segbefia. Molly Seidner. Rebecca Ann Safer. Kamran Safi. Patrick Saineret. Stephen Sa. Sydney Jaeyong Seol. Kathleen Michelle Sievers. J. Brett Seymour. James Allen Shackford. Arnav Sandeep Shah. Jinay Karit Kumar Shah. Moazam Ali Shah. Nikhil Ashish Shah. Parth Rohit Kumar Shah. Soham Chetan Shah. Husna Sharif Shahid. Wanting Shan. Ro Yen Shang. Tianqi Shang. Yang Le Shang. Allison Nicole Shannon. Wenda Shao. Yiwen Shao. Amy Marie Shapiro. Sina Sharifi. Nikhil Sharma. Sahil Samir Sharma, Shreya Sharma, Shantosh Sharma Subedi, Daniel Shea, Robert L. Shearer III, Anthony C. Scheller, Lingfeng Shen, Xiaohua Shen, Xin Shen, Yi Shen, Vineet R. Shenoy, Grant Troy Shepard, Joseph Samuel Shepard, David P. Sherwood, Stephen Michael Shetzline, Xingyao Shi, Yuanbo Shi, Jeremy Lee Shi, Yu Qian Shi, Kyuho Harvest Shin, Lauren Elizabeth Shin, Arsh Shingari, Kiran Fatima Shirazi, Michael D. Shirley, Daniel Keith Shires, Adam Christopher Shope, Caleb Matthew Schaus, Shruti Duresami, Shoshwan Shui, Ruchika Jaydeep Shukla, Camden Alexander Schultz, Garrett Richard Sides, Jake Siegel, Matthew James Silloway, Nicholas William Silva, Anthony John Sylvie Jr., Thomas George Sylvia, Joyceann Sim, Joshua Robert Simerson, Aaron M. Simmons, Jonas Philip Rinaldi Simmons, Sean Simon, Christopher Simpson, Dennis Sinclair, Anushruti Singh, Davika Singh, Nalini Singh, Ronak Singh, Saloni Singh, Shubham Singh, Barun Kumar Singh, Lawrence Santa Ana Singyan, Tyler Andrew Singleton, Arushi Sinha, Donald Roy Sisko, Morgan Kathleen Sisk, Arvin Siva, Aswat Sivakumar, Rachel Emily Siver, Elena Teresa Skarupski, Jerome Edward Skinner III, Alexander Maximilian Skolsky, Hani Slimani, Stephen Miles Smallwood, Andrew Ryan Smith, Karis Geneva Smith, David Smith, Robert Pierce Smith, Sydney Marie Smith Romansky, Nicholas Lauren Smith Simmons, Andrew John Snoggles, Malik Jamal Snowden, Alex Bessie Snyder, Jonathan Davis Socha, Alexei Solganik, Olga Solonovich, Stephen Somak, Stephen Somak, Jay Song, Ji An Song, Jie Song, Kangping Song, Mason Jia Ying Song, Qing Fan Song, Tianchen Song, Yale Benjamin Sosin, Spencer Sollard, David Sule, Hossein Sori, Marissa Ann Spallucci, Marcus Vincent Spanolios, Dustin Joseph Spencer, Miller K. Spencer, Philip Spencer, Joshua Colin Spicer, Christopher Vernon Spicer, Julia Winshaw Spillane, Joshua Squires, Suriporn Hanpatak Sikasam, Bharat Srinivasan, Aditi Sriram, Malvika Sriram, Aaron Srivastava, Liam Martin Stamp, Tyler Stark, Joshua Joseph Stefani, Tyler Alexander Stepke, Anne Catherine Stevenson, Bailey Julia Stewart, Elaine Maria Stewart, Joshua Stickle, Frederick Lawrence Stein, Nicole Elizabeth Stock, Richard Stokes, Shelley Lynn Strassener, Jacob Richard Strang, Anthony Strauss, Gregory Michael Strasdis, Jr., Brandon Zane Stride, Dana Strumbly, Chunan Su, Jia Chi Su, Hee Yoon Sa, Bolon Sun, Changyi Sun, Haolan Sun, Horan Sun, Rui Sun, Yifeng Sun, Zhouxi Sun, Matthew M. Sunday, Kevin Xing Sung, Sai Madhavan Surabatala, Christian Sterling Sutton, Leah Sutton, Timothy Suwanthaputra, Trevor Ryan Swan, Christopher Swanson, Daniel Swanson, Catherine McKinley Hallams Swearingen, Francis Michael Sweeney, Thomas Swinicki, Abigail Elizabeth Swisher, Michelle R. Seibouts, Christopher Simons, a Robin P. Tablizo, Faris Tadros, Cody Taggart, Leah Shen Talbot, Jia Chong Tan, Jiangqi Tan, Junyan Tan, Zhonggang Tan, Vrushabraj Tanawade, Berkeley Taneja, Ashley Tang, Chaoyang Tang, Sejing Tang, Benjamin Jacob Tanner, Jie Tao, Elliot Peyton Tapscott, Rudra Kishan Tejiram, Jiajen Tung, Jeffrey Tenney, Adam Robert Tufel, Andrew Tang Thatch, Kelly Tai, Rebecca Thymuriel, Nihar Ketan Thakkar, Nirin P. Thacker, Kine Sandar Taint, Noel Thibodeau, Parrish Thibault, Min Toy, Jake Robert Thomas, Joshua Blair Thomas, Alice Thompson, Brian Wayne Thompson, Dorothy Joyner Thompson, Jeffrey Michael Thompson, Lodsey Thompson, Sydney Clark Thibault, Santya Tiku, Rajat Tiwari, Vijay Morari Tiala, Reese Garrett Tobabin, Kevin Joseph Torgas, Carly Saray Turiski, Ilian Torres, Kelsey Lynn Torsney, Jessica Trammell, Eric Chang Tran, Tan Tran, Megan Trayers Alexander, Sukrit Triwari, Jared Trigili, Fernando Trujillo, Justin Huang Truong, Stephanie Khadija Trusty, Joshua Chung Xuan Tsai, Nico D. Tubak, Megan Tucker, Terrence Tufour, Jordan Edward Turley, Mitchell Patrick Turley, Emmett William Turner, Sarah Turner, Philip Twombly, Nicholas C. Yulan, Karif Sahir Ula, Beryl Ulugun, Sharfan Upal, Satish Ram Upaluri, Benjamin Thomas Usbergi, Colin Anthony Utrata, Madhusudan Vadlamani, Rishika Vadlamudi, Mohit Ved, Christopher Vaisnor, Luis Valdivia, Manoj Valeti, Zaichicho Valkanov, Omtej S. Valabaparam, Nathan Jr. Van Dam, John Brian Van Lonkhuizen, Stuart Tyler Van Pelt, Eric Vance, Amaudine Verdun, Nivesh Varma, Harita Vasamsethi, Christopher Venecia, William Stefan Ventura, Kavya Venugopal, Vanessa Vergara, Christina Maria Viana, Emily Vieira, Brendan W. Vigliano, Estefano Vignetta, Miles Vilcius, Marybeth Michelle Villarreal, Chiatica Vincent, Vibhashan Vishnukumar Sharmini, Devin Edward Voral, Corey Vorland, V. Nwap Tao Vu, Ryan Waddell, Nicholas Ryan Wade, Brendan James Wagman, Derek Gordon Wagner, Jonathan Richard Wagner, Rasha Abdul Wahab, Eitan Wax, Larry Adam Walker, Christian Wallenfels, Robert Francis Walsh, Yan Wan, Yanrong Wang, Angtian Wang, Boyan Wang, Chao Wang, Davy Weiyuan Wang, Dixuan Wang, Haishu Wang, Hanwen Wang, Haowei Wang, Heyuan Wang, Jiarui Wang, Jingfen Wang, Jingyuan Wang, Zhongren Wang, Jonathan Wang, Juanxiang Wang, Kai Wang, Kexin Wang, Margaret Fangyu Wang, Mengting Wang, Nana Wang, Nongyu Wang, Qian Wang, Shangshang Wang, Shimeng Wang, Shu Yuan Wang, Se Wang, Se Yu Wang, Xialong Wang, Shi Kun Wang, Shi Wang, Ye Fu Wang, Yi Wang, Yimiang Wang, Yinglin Wang, Yinglong Wang, Yixuan Wang, Yujia Wang, Yujing Wang, Yunzhe Wang, Yutai Wang, Yuzhe Wang, Zhuo Hao Wang, Ziwen Wang, Ziyi Wang, Sarah Warda, Anna Grace Warmack, Jack Young Warner, Ryan Waterer, Adam Xavier Watson, Matthew Gilbert Watson, Mitchell J. Watson, Alex Watson Jones, Emma Catherine Watts, Alec Wayne, Benjamin James Weaver, Natalie Weaver, Stephen Christopher Webb II, Ashley S. Wegner, John Alton Ware, Alexander Chi J. Wei, Megan Ji Yan Wei, Sen Wei, Xiao Wei, Jiyuan Wei, Su Rui Wen, Shijie Wen, Lynn Ann Wentworth, Nicole Worley, Shay West, Nicholas A. Westmoreland, Carrie Elizabeth Wheeler, Kaylin Wheeler, Megan Elizabeth Wheelock, Sapphira Zanetta Xavier Wingham, Marissa Whitaker, David White, Jacqueline A. White, Taylor Witchner, Laura Wierschke, Scott Anthony Wilczewski, Christopher Frederick Wilhelm, Melissa Gail Willen, Ethan Thomas Willett, Brian Richard Willie, Alexis Lee Wilson, Sarah A. Wilson, Zachary Ernst Wilson, Zachary H. Wilson, Alexander Frank Wise, Madison Marie Wojciechowski, John Benjamin Wolfe, Austin S. Wondra, Brandon Yi Ning Wong, Gabriella Amanda Savina Wong, Taryn Suk Yang Wong, Wixia L. Wong, Hyunsung Wu, Jiwan Wu, Rachel Wu, Rebecca Woods, Erin Mare Wright, Jesselyn Wright, Montel Wright, Stephen Michael Wright, Thomas Benjamin Wright, Senlin Wu, Haozhe Wu, Hozhuo Wu, Ke Wu, Nelson Wu, Sarah Wu, Wang Meng Wu, Yanzhe Wu, Yuqi Wu, Yujiang Wu, Zejun Wu, Eric Wyatt Nyquist, David Sean Wynn, Stephen David Wysocki, Daniel Zenas, Arvin Shah, Julia Y. Xia, Qi Xia, Linyi Xiao, Hu Xiao, Songyue Xiao, Xiaoyi Xiao, Yao Xiao, Zhen Yu Xiao, Jiancheng Xie, Peishuan Xie, Qingyang Xie, Xiaojian Xie, Shanbei Xin, Yuchang Xin, Difan Shuang, Yuhui Xiang, Boyue Shu, Qiang Shu, Esther Shu, Hulin Shu, Jianquan Shu, Shaochong Shu, Tianyi Shu, Yimeng Shu, Zhangqiang Shu, Zhong Shu, Ziyang Shu, Kevin Shu, Imani Nur Yahya, Jonah Yamakoshi, Ellie Yan, Xiongyi Yan, Xinzhuo Yan, Yukun Yan, Zhufei Yan, Albert Yang, Chongzheng Yang, Fan Yang, Kevin Yang, Longxin Yang, Mai Nu Yang, Zhong Yang, Sean Yang, Xiqi Yang, Wenyu Yang, Yamei Yang, Yi Yang, Yi Yang, Yifei Yang, 以明阳，这文阳，这尊阳，瑜伽要。Nikki K. Yarger, Chunzi Ye, Wenjie Ye, Xiao Ye, Yang Ye, Ying Ye, Kevin Ye, Roanne Hosam Yehia, Kim Huang Yo, Hannah Leslie Yerant, Tony Young, Christian Yi, Rongxi Yi, Zongmin Yi, Bailey Anderson Yin, Jason Yin, Yudong Yin, Jonathan Young, Leanne Young, Ishmam Yusuf, Austin Yi Yu, Gui Zhen Yu, Haoping Yu, Hongjin Yu, James Forrest Yu, Joshua Yu, Kuai Yu, Qiu Shi Yu, Siqi Yu, Thomas Shane Yu, Xiao Yu, Yuling Yu, Zihan Yu, Yichan Yue, K. Yuen, Monsara Olabisi Yusuf, Alice Mary Pinter Zaharas, Zain Raza Zedi, Jennifer Zaitz, Gabriella Zamwaski, Matthew Zelinsky, Kevin Jiawen Zhang, Vicky Zhang, Bichang Zhang, Yufei Zhang, Changjuan Zhang, Chenhan Zhang, Qi Zhang, Eric Ming Zhang, Gong Zhang, Han Zhang, Haonan Zhang, Hongbo Zhang, Ike H. Zhang, Jiaming Zhang, Jiayue Zhang, Kai Hao Zhang, Kai Xuan Zhang, Kang Zhang, Ke Xing Zhang, Le Chen Zhang, Maya Lily Zhang, Qi Zhang, Qin Zhang, Ray Xiaorue Zhang, Robert Zhang, Ray Zhang, Samuel Zhang, Zhang Zhang, Tinghan Zhang, Xiaorian Zhang, Yijun Zhang, Yike Zhang, Yiyao Zhang, Yumang Zhang, Yuanpu Zhang, Yuran Zhang, Zihua Zhang, Zhaomang Zhang, Zhengmin Zhang, Zhengyuan Zhang, Zhenhe Zhang, 支援张 Alice 赵采薇赵陈琦赵方林赵 Frank 赵 Jason 贾西赵俊彤赵俊祥赵木西赵传播赵舒阳赵文佩赵舒航赵一成赵一良赵玉赵圆圆赵玉杰赵哲远赵泽山赵 Coral Tian Zhao Stember Xinran Chen Cherry Zhang 傅家郑 Gail Y 郑于仲泽清总周七仲陈瑞周郝斌周 Joshua Zhou 柯鹏周 Sunny 周 Tong 周 Tong 周 文中周 小斌周 辛博周 一帆周 一帆周 于周 志优周 洪林朱 Lily 朱 信宇朱 一帆朱 Yu Tong Zhu Raymond Arthur Zink Christian Arthur Zinidarsich Asimina Zitu Aaron Joshua Zol Xin Zong Jingyang Zhou Tianyu Zhou Yuingfan Zhou Yu Zhuo.
While this graduation is a huge achievement, it is truly just the beginning of what you will do. And no matter what your successes are, how you make your mark on the world, you will do it as a member of the Johns Hopkins community. For, as you heard, today you join the ranks of our alumni. And from what I've seen throughout my career, I can tell you this is a very impressive group of people, made more impressive today by the addition of all of you, the members of the class of 2024. Congratulations once again to all of our graduates. You're invited to join us on the Kaiser Quad for a light reception to celebrate your wonderful achievement. Please remain in your seats until the stage group manages to recess. Thank you.